We actually have a couple of closed session items that we're going to do right off the bat. And I'm going to turn that over to our council staff, Lehua Weaver, to describe this so that you can understand when we'll be back.
Thank you. Yes, so just because of schedules and coordinating, we have set the closed session to happen as your first item of business. So the council will do your motion to enter into closed session. The two items are labor negotiations and then also a property issue. So those reasons on your agenda are highlighted for the council's motion. The council's going to try and discuss both of the closed session items and then return to this open meeting for the public to join you for the first standing item, which we anticipate will be at about 2:45 or 3 o'clock. And that your first standing item is the administration's updates for you. And
Great.
Katie has an announcement, Councilmember Rogers, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Hi, council members, if you could also add in advice of counsel on the closed session. So for those 3 reasons, please.
So we'll be looking for a motion from a council member in order to do that for those 3 items. And Katie, would you mind stating that one more time? Advice and consent of council, the other is labor negotiations, and the other is property acquisition?
That's absolutely right. Advice of counsel, discussion of collective bargaining, and purchase and lease of real property. And you can just say what Katie said. I move to go into closed session for what Katie said.
I move that we close. I move that, or Katie said, I move that we close this session and enter into closed session according to what Katie stated.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Valdemoros, a second from Councilmember Dugan. We'll roll call that. Know that you made the motion, Councilmember Valdemoros, but let's hear you.
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Mono.
Yes.
And I am a yes, with Councilmember Fowler and Councilmember Wharton being absent. So,
Chris is here.
Councilmember
Yes.
Wharton's here.
oh yes,
Hi,
Councilmember
Claire.
Wharton. I'm sorry, I didn't see
That's
your
okay.
beautiful face on the screen. So let's hear you say yes then in favor of moving into the closed session.
Yes.
Okay, we will rejoin in the closed session. Thanks.
our other two can join us soon. I apologize again for being late earlier. Did James go through our welcome stuff? I see heads shaking no. Okay, well, I guess I will. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. We are grateful to have you joining us as we continue to hold electronic meetings. Welcome to the members of the public who may be watching our usual video feeds online. And even though we are not in person, the meeting is still considered an open and public meeting. Today is a work session and special limited formal meeting. There's no public comment scheduled. However, Tuesday, May 18th will be the next opportunity for the public to comment on the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, as well as on other topics during our 7 p.m. formal meeting. Your feedback, however, is always welcome, and you can share that with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour comment line at 801-535-7654. And now we will turn to our work session items. The first item on our agenda is updates from the administration. Madam Mayor, as always, thank you for joining us, and I will turn the time over to you and your team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does council staff have the slide deck that we'd like to walk through with you today? Thanks, Robert. And again, this will be our second time showing you the information in this format. Please do give us feedback if you'd like to see certain things projected in different formats. Let's go to the next slide, please. So our metrics have changed since last week when we had one zip code that was slightly above the crude positivity rate. We now have no zip codes that are above that rate of 191 per 100,000. So that's a great thing. In our next week, we're going to update the vaccination percentages for our hardest hit zip codes so that you can see week over week. But you can, it's obvious that numbers are improving, but we'll try to give that to you in a timeline format so you can see just how much uptake is happening in 84101, 104, and 116. And this is new demographic information that we will also present in a week-to-week format for you, but it gives you a county-wide breakout of who is fully vaccinated. And then last night, if you could go back real quick, Robert, last night I signed the executive order that requires city-owned people in city-owned facilities, employees and members of the public to wear masks, and has some other details about employees wearing masks while on the job, except for when they're eating or drinking. And that executive order, as I said, went into place last night, and it's really the only thing that cities have any authority over still as it relates to masks. Thank you, Robert. Here's an update on those vaccination clinics, and if we can help you as council members get any information that could be distributed through your newsletters or your community council updates, we'd be happy to. And we're always also open to connecting through your connections with partners who may want to host vaccination clinics, and happy to make those connections through Haley Leak in our office. Next slide. This slide, and actually there it is. There's an increase of 26 employees from the previous payroll period that have utilized the Emergency Responder Pandemic Leave Act. And we can go to the next slide. We'll try to do this one also on a week-to-week so you can see it. And then here's again that breakout by utilization of the ERPL by department, and on the right-hand side, the pie chart of employees who have reached their maximum access of ERPL, which is only 4% of city employees. Go to the next. And then the FFCRA, which is sort of the extension of the FMLA for everybody who isn't first responder and couldn't access the ERPL. This is the equivalent for the rest of our employees, again, by department, and those who have used up the FFCRA. Here's an update as we gave you before on our shelter capacity by percentage. Are there any questions on this one? I just want to mention that Andrew Johnston started with our office yesterday, and I really look forward to putting him on the spot with you all since he has the tenacious goal of solving homelessness, and we're very supportive of that. There'll be a resource fair this week, but no clear date set yet on the Victory Road camp closure. And new partners of Rough Haven, which is awesome because so many people on the street have companion animals, and we want to be able to keep those relationships strong and together. And that's an awesome organization that's now coming into the team work with the community commitment program. Green Bike is going to be out there letting people know about the program with discounted annual bike passes. And Advantage Services is that cleaning contractor who's going to work at exploring employment opportunities for the individuals being engaged in the encampments. So we're getting details, and I hope that we'll be able to give you an update, or if you'd prefer small group meetings, on the guidance that was just recently released on the rental assistance. And we're still figuring out how much money we're going to get, but anxious to deploy that in the community because of over the course of the 16 months or so that we've been having these conversations with the community about meeting the immediate needs and seeing what those needs are that might be coming with the June termination of the words are escaping me. The stay on, I'm sorry, the title of that has left my mind.
And the
Okay.
evictions?
Yeah, thank you. The
You're welcome.
moratorium on eviction. In anticipating that ending, that lapsing, I think that we have a good deal of information about where the needs are, and obviously we'll keep utilizing our community partners to distribute those dollars, but we'll keep you in the loop on what we know. And I think there's a section on policing that Rachel is going to do for us.
Hi, thank you, council members. I wanted to just give you a really quick update on some of the great work that our bike patrol officers specifically are doing. As you know, our bike patrol officers are often the ones who are really engaged in proactive policing in our communities, and they get to do a lot of the real exciting police work that I think we all need to see happening in our community. So I know Chief Brown is on too, if he wants to add anything to this, or if you guys have specific questions, but we have 4 bike squads, and just some recent work. The Central Bike Squad recently apprehended a suspect that was in a shooting and had multiple felony warrants out for his arrest. The Park Squad was able to quickly respond to a stabbing that had occurred in Liberty Park and apprehend that suspect, who was then booked into jail on multiple felonies. The next slide has the other 2 bike squads, Pioneer Bikes. They were able to conduct a vehicle stop on several moving violations, and this was a really quite a significant drug bust here, including discovering a stolen handgun, but 16 pounds of meth, $770 in cash, and the value of that methamphetamine was obviously quite large. So that was a really a great capture of drugs that would otherwise be out on our streets. And then finally, the Liberty Bike Squad also was able to stop a vehicle for traffic violations and detain a driver that had multiple felony warrants, as well as a passenger. Some additional drugs were confiscated there, and with a tie into some federal charges. So we're very proud, as always, of the work that our bike squads are doing. Any questions about that you have for Chief Brown? And Chief Brown would also, I'm sure, be much more useful than me on this final slide, which is a quick update on projects of Safe Neighborhoods, which is our partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office. These are just some quick stats that I probably don't need to read, but just wanted to give you kind of a current status of where we are on that program since we launched it in January.
Thank you, Rachel. And I just want to add, council members, the 4 bike squads, they're working tirelessly in the different areas, the hot spots within your communities, going after those people that are committing these violent crimes in our neighborhoods, victimizing, our community members. So they do great work. Those are just one of numerous events that we could have put up and showed, but they do great work 24/7.
And I think that's all we have prepared for you today, Council, unless you have other specific questions for us.
Anna?
I just have a general question, Rachel, on those numbers. What happens with the size guns and the cash that the Salt Lake Police Department captures?
I'll let the chief answer that question.
Good question, council member. It's seized and it goes into an asset forfeiture fund that can go back into the community for different types of projects. It can go back to buy equipment and to fund different police operations. Or it goes back to a myriad of different ways to benefit our community.
Okay, and the guns or weapons?
The weapons will be seized and then they'll be held for court, and then most likely after the case has been adjudicated, be destroyed.
See, and then those folks that are committing those crimes in our city, are they our city, like local people that live in our city, or do we have stats that they're coming from other cities or states even? I don't know. Do we have that? Do we know?
We don't, I don't know exactly where they're all coming from, but we can look into that. But I would say some are from here, but I'm sure there are people that are definitely not from our community that are committing these crimes here in Salt Lake City.
Great, thank you.
And that's, and council member, that's been the nice thing about this Project Safe Neighborhood, Salt Lake City, is that it doesn't matter. Remember in Ogden, they tried to tie it to 4 or 5 square blocks and they worked very hard on it. Well, in Salt Lake City, we said, we don't care where you commit that crime. We're going to use our resources and our federal partners, state partners, and local partners. We're going to come after you. And so it doesn't matter where the crime is or where you're from. If you commit the crime in Salt Lake City, we're going to come after you.
That's great. Thank you.
Council members, anything else? Great. Thank you for being here, and Lisa for being here with us. And we will move on to agenda item number 2, which is updates on racial equity and policing. And I believe we have Kira with us at the table today. Hi, Kira.
Hello, council members. Just a quick update this week. The Racial Equity and Policing Commission has their next listening session scheduled for May 19th at 6 p.m. And this is a public listening session, but it's focused more on hearing experiences from communities of color in Salt Lake City. So social media and physical flyers for this session are being distributed in English, Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin. There will be translators for those languages, as well as an ASL interpreter. So if anybody needs flyers or anything, or has any questions, let me know.
What was the date on that again, Kira? The date and time?
It's a week from Wednesday, May 19th at 6 p.m.
Perfect. Thank you. Council members, any other questions for Kira? Great. Thanks, Kira. Agenda item number 3 is budget amendment number 9 for fiscal year 2020-2021. We've got Ben Ledke from the council office, our chief financial officer, Mary Beth Thompson, and lots of other people from different departments. But we're going to let Ben start and we'll go from there.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is the first briefing for budget amendment number 9, and the public hearing is scheduled for next Tuesday, May 18th. The proposed expenditures total a little over $10 million for 17 items. If all the items are approved, the amount of fund balance above the 13% target would be $6.7 million. Before we get to the individual items, there is an update on the Salt Laker card, or Raise Up SLC. Attachment 2 has a budget update for the program as of the end of March. You might remember this item from budget amendments number 2 and number 4. The council approved a little over $1.4 million for the program. It's also received $178,000 in donations. The total project budget is $1.6 million. This is a program where Community Foundation of Utah provides $500 prepaid debit cards to other community-based organizations that are working with undocumented city residents at or below the federal poverty line. At the time of the program's creation, it was expected to provide approximately 2,700 of these prepaid debit cards to households in the city. Now, these households were originally ineligible for federal stimulus payments. The federal government, under new administration, changed the eligibility criteria so that households that are mixed status, where some of the family members are undocumented, are now eligible for that federal stimulus. This decreased the number of households in Salt Lake City that could participate in the Salt Laker card, because one of the conditions of the Salt Laker card is that you're not eligible for the federal stimulus. There have been approximately 1,000 households that have received the prepaid debit card, but there's a remaining budget of $680,000. And they may not be able to use all of that funding given the changes in the federal eligibility criteria for stimulus. So 2 policy questions for the council's consideration. If you'd like to ask the administration if unused funds would need to be returned to the federal government at a certain date, these are CARES Act dollars. And if you'd like to ask the administration if they have a recommendation for how to use the remaining $680,000 budget.
Council members, I'd like to know the answers to both of those questions.
So I will answer the CARES Act funding. When the current administration in Washington took over, CARES Act was extended. So, but I don't remember the date off the top of my head. For some reason, I think it's September, but I can confirm that. So we have time to spend that if the administration chooses to spend it in a different way.
Is there someone here from the administration that could answer this second question? And I think, to reiterate, if there is there a recommendation on how to spend that 680,000, Ben? 680,000 outside of the Salt Laker card. And then my question is, can we change the eligibility requirements so that we could continue the $500 prepaid cards, but expand to who would be eligible for it? And if so, is that something that the administration is considering? Hi, Rachel.
Hi, I can try to answer that question. I think our recommendation would be to be able to re-up those $500 cards, to be able to refill them. That's something that the community partners who have been managing these cards feel like is really manageable for them. And we already know that the people who have gotten those cards are, eligible under the parameters that that you guys have previously, been aware of and approved. We definitely can also expand the eligibility for that card if you want our thoughts on how to do that, or if you want to give us some guidance on what eligibility parameters you'd be looking for us to be able to expand it to. I think depending on the expansion or who you're looking to target or who you want us to try to target, it may require us to find another community partner or two to get those cards into the right hands, but I think that's certainly possible.
Darren and then Anna. I don't know, Anna, if you had your hand up. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. With the Raise Up SLC card, I guess maybe I was under the wrong impression. I thought that was donation based, like people donated in that money then ended up in the Raise Up SLC card. But was it both donations and CARES Act funding then? And okay, thank you.
The answer is yes. Did somebody answer you and I didn't hear it?
Sorry, we nodded and
I'm used to putting things on the record for the court. So, I mean, I personally like the idea of the Salt Laker card. I think it's valuable. Not everybody needs a pair of socks, but now they have money where they can go get the actual things that they need, whatever that may be, right? I would be interested in talking to maybe the community partners that are helping us right now in ways to expand the eligibility for it. I mean, just sort of off the top of my head, and I was thinking about it earlier when I was prepping for today, that it is a good program, and I would like to see more households be able to take advantage of it, or people maybe that don't have households. I'm not sure which population we'd want to target necessarily, but I would be interested in seeing what the administration ideas were, or what the community partners who are implementing this program, what they might think is a good way to expand it. And I definitely don't want to give back any money to the federal government. So we definitely need to spend the money. But I think this program is a really valuable program. So I'd like to see it reach more people.
Council Chair, we would be happy to get you that information or those recommendations, however is best for you. Weston and his team have been working most closely with the community providers, and we don't want to expand it without getting your sense of what we should do, or your direction on what we should do. So is it best to come back and talk about this in a work session again? Or is it best to provide a memo to council staff? However you want us to do it, we're happy to do.
Well, I think according to our timeline on this, we have a public hearing scheduled for May 18th, and potential action on June 1st. And then we have a second briefing if we need it on May 11th. Oh, today's May 11th. We had one on May 4th. I think that maybe we could just I think it would be easiest if we were all in a work session to just have a quick briefing on it, and we may be able to do that on June 1st before we take any action. And I mean, I'd like to be in contact before that, so that you're not headed down a direction and we're set to take action, and then it blows up in everybody's face, which is not the intent of trying to do this. It's the opposite of that, right? So maybe working with council staff and then seeing what we can do to get a briefing if we need it, but still hopefully expand it and take action on June 1st. Does that make sense, or did I just ramble too much?
That makes sense to me, Madam Chair. My understanding is staff will coordinate with Rachel and Weston. We'll update the council later this month on the administration and the nonprofits recommendations and schedule a short follow-up briefing. I suspect this would need to be a council added item to change the scope of the use of this funding.
See, this is why I say we have the best staff in the world, because Ben can read my mind and take my ramblings and put it into coherent processes and steps. So thanks, Ben. Yeah, that sounds great. Were there other on budget amendment number 9? Yeah, go for it, Ben.
Okay, the next item is a request from the administration to amend the appointed pay plan. On April 20th, the council amended the appointed pay plan. The administration is requesting another amendment to recognize an existing deputy chief of staff in the mayor's office. The position already exists. It's listed on the staffing document, and it was funded in the last few annual budgets. My understanding is the position has been vacant this fiscal year. This request would be a housekeeping correction to add that authorized and funded position to the appointed pay plan that was inadvertently left off of the most recent update last month. Not seeing any questions, so I'll keep going. That takes us to the individual items. The first 4 were withdrawn, so we're on A5. This is a budget neutral request. The city was notified as part of the annual financial audit that the revenue generated in the inland port that goes directly to the inland port still needs to be recognized and accounted for in the city's budget. Budget amendment number 7 had a $500,000 amount, but we've since been notified that an additional $483,000 also needs to be accounted for. So the total amount is $983,000, and this is included and recognized in the mayor's recommended budget for fiscal year 22. This amount is for the current fiscal year. Item A6 is similar in that it's budget neutral and it's a requirement from the financial audit to recognize city tax revenue that's being diverted and directly dispersed to a different entity. This time, it's the Convention Center Hotel. The amount is just over $10,000. The hotel is being built on county-owned property. The property was tax exempt and it became taxable with the hotel construction. The Governor's Office of Economic Development Board approved an incentive package under authority of state law. It includes up to 100% of city and county sales tax and property tax over the next 25 years. The incentive package also includes the state sales tax, 100% of it, not to exceed $75 million over the next 20 years. State law includes language to hold the redevelopment agency harmless for existing debt obligations. These are bonds in the Central Business District and Block 70. The county is required to provide an annual report identifying the tax increment generated at the hotel property and document the revenues being diverted by each taxing entity. The first of these annual reports from the county auditor is available as attachment 1. The next item is A7, and it's important to note that A7 is related to A8 and E2. So A7 is a request for $293,000 in a budget reduction in the general fund. The council previously approved the use of unspent CARES funds for fire personnel expenses. Item A7, without going into the multiple accounting steps, which are listed in the staff report, A7 would free up that $293,000 in the general fund for another use. That other use is the next item, A8. It's the same $293,000, but instead of going to fire department personnel expenses, it would be used for an office build out to accommodate expansion of the emergency management division. A reminder, the emergency management division was transferred from the police department to the fire department in budget amendment number 7. The office space would be built on the 3rd floor of the public safety building. There is currently open floor space that would be converted into office space for 2 division chief offices and 2 new captain offices, as well as some additional cubicle space. The construction is estimated to cost $275,000 and another $42,000 for furniture. The existing fire department budget will cover the $24,000 difference between those total costs and this $293,000. Item A9 is a request for $41,000 from the E911 fund. This is a fund that is receiving revenue from surcharges on phone bills. The $41,000 would be used to purchase a new security platform for the department. The digital attacks on 911 and the non-emergency lines have been increasing. The different attack methods often seek to overwhelm the lines for service or try to merge them with other public safety answering points. This funding would include hardware, software, and an ongoing monitoring service for the department. We had a question about the annual cost ongoing, and an answer was forthcoming at the time of publishing the staff report. There are 2 more items. These are in section D. D1 is a request for $510,000 in refunded police impact fees.
Ben?
And it's, yes.
Sorry. You mentioned that the answer was forthcoming at the time that this was published. Do we have an answer now?
I have not gotten an answer as of now.
Okay. Mary Beth, do you happen to know, or are you still kind of waiting as well?
We are waiting as well. I will follow up on that and get back to you.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, Ben. Go ahead.
The refunded police impact fees will be covered by previous impact fee refunds that were unclaimed. When the council approves a refund, the city goes back to the original developer that paid the impact fees. For whatever reason, a similar amount, $510,000, was unclaimed. We were unable to locate the original payee, and therefore those unclaimed previous refunds will cover this next round of refunds. And that takes us to the last item. This is D2.
Wait, Ben, I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
First off, that's convenient and nice. I'm sure that doesn't happen often. But second, do we know if there is still a priority from the administration to look into an East Side precinct? I don't know if anyone from the administration has thought about that, or from one of the departments could fill us in. Lisa, do you know if that's still something that is a priority for you?
For me personally, no, we do have people looking into changes to the police impact fee facilities plan, and we're hoping to bring moderate changes to the council shortly in anticipation of a full rewrite of the impact fee facilities plan. forthcoming.
What, okay. What do you have, like, any idea of a timeline on that?
I don't, I believe that we have 2 or 3 ideas that we were gonna put into the existing impact fee facility plan. I'll check on it and get back with you.
And would that, when you say a bigger, broader rewrite, is that for all of the impact fees?
It is, I think that we have completed transportation. Parks is gonna be the last one that is rewritten, but police is up next for sure. Oh, hi, Dan. Do you want to fill us in?
Sure, happy to update that. So we are going to be transmitting the update to the Parks facility plan as well as the fire facility plan. And then we're working through some last revisions on a police one. So the first 2 that you're going to see is the updates for Parks and Fire.
Great, thank you. Okay, Ben, go ahead.
The last item, D2, is a request for almost $8.7 million to be transferred into the CIP fund. Now, all of these dollars are from the county quarter-cent sales tax for transportation, and transferring these dollars into the CIP fund advances the council's direction that was given earlier this fiscal year, that new funding source should be part of the annual CIP process, which is open and competitive, and this is a housekeeping step to implement the council's direction. That's it for Budget Amendment 9. We'll get back to you with the 3 questions from today.
Council Chair?
Yes.
I have an update for the annual. It is 25,200.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. That was quick. I appreciate you. Council members, do you have any other questions for Mary Beth, Ben, or the administration on Budget Amendment number 9? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All righty. Thanks, Ben. We are moving on to budget agenda item number 4. The budget's on my brain, so that just keeps coming up. And this is a franchise agreement master license for small cell installation. And we have Kira at the table first. So Kira, I will turn it over to you.
All right, and we do have a franchise and a master license agreement. I was planning to introduce the master license agreement first. The council can, of course, discuss however you'd prefer. The master license agreement is specific to small wireless facilities. It's a separate kind of agreement from franchises based on state law and federal laws that require the city to find a new way to accommodate these agreements. They don't allow for trenching or the other services that are covered by franchise agreements. They do allow, like in this agreement, it's for a term of 10 years. They're allowed to install in the public right of way. If they want to install fiber optic lines, they have to also hold a franchise agreement. The city is very limited in their ability to regulate the placement of these. I have in the staff report a brief summary of some of the concerns that the council has heard since this process has begun. This isn't specific to this specific contract or contractor SQF, but more of a summary of some of the overarching concerns that council members are hearing from constituents. One is noticing from contractors providing and installing these facilities. That is currently, there's an ordinance that's expanding noticing that council staff is currently working on with the administration and a franchise agreement. So this is just to keep on the council's radar that will be coming back for the council's consideration. Another concern is aesthetics. There are concerns from residents about pole aesthetics, the impacts to views, and how it fits in with neighborhood character. And although there are a lot of limitations on whether or not the city can deny permits on these. The aesthetics and design, the city does have a set of design guidelines that there are currently some discussions of revising those to see if they could accommodate some more of the feedback that the council's been getting. And then there have also been concerns raised about potential health impacts of these. And at present, my understanding is that these are precluded from environmental review, so that the council does not have purview over those. As far as this particular contract, it follows the city's standard template for master license agreements. And with that, I'll turn it over to the administration if there's any more to provide to the council.
Thanks, Kira. You always do a really good job summing everything up for us. The only thing that I would add to that is that SQF is doing this in behalf of AT&T, and so the arrangement that they have is that they're going to be taking over the poles that are currently owned and operated by AT&T. So that's the only thing that I would add. And I think that Kimberly Chitris, if she's available, as well as Matt Castle is available for if you have questions.
Thank you, Dan. And Kimberly, thank you for being here. Council members, questions? I have a few questions from our staff report. And the two that first stick out to me are the budget impact and the 10-year term. The staff report indicates, that there's been a trend of decreasing revenue from these franchise agreements. Is there other ways to capture some revenue from these new technologies that we're seeing? Or are we, I know we're limited in a lot of ways by state statute, but is there other potentially creative ways that we can capture more revenue off of some of these agreements?
That is a great question, Council Chair Fowler. Right now, how we're capturing revenue is basically through, the ability to charge them for installing poles in the right of way. But I'm sure that there are creative ways. I'm just not aware of those, and that's definitely something that we're always looking at and trying to find ways that we can charge on that. But again, there are a lot of regulations that are set forth through federal regulations that make it so that we can't, we're limited on what we can charge. So we try to follow those as best as we can.
And I know we're also somewhat limited in whether or not we can say yes or no to these things, right? The state pretty much said you kind of have to say yes. But then this goes back to one of the other questions in the staff report regarding the 10-year term of the contract. With the administration's new, and I'm sort of combining this question with the digital equity question, with the administration's new position of the chief equity officer and doing an equity study, would it be better to shorten the term of the contract so that we could revisit it as both technologies come out and gain more information about digital equity throughout Salt Lake City, and have some time to work with these different franchises or agreements in making sure that technologies are being distributed equitably throughout the city?
Yes. I think that basically how we've responded to this request for the master license agreement is their request for the 10 years. And it's obviously, I think that's a really good point, to be able to shorten that term so that we can revisit this. I don't know that we've had that, we actually haven't had that conversation with the carrier yet, but that's something that we're happy to bring up to see if they're amenable to. And if so, then, we're happy to entertain that if that's something that works for them. But yeah, I think, with the way and as rapidly as technology is changing, it does make sense to be able to look at those and find different ways as we go through to, to charge them. And so that's definitely something we can look at and get back to you with.
Thanks, Dan.
You bet.
Hi, Chair, this is Kimberly Chitris. I
Hi, Kimberly.
think, I'm double checking, but I think the state law actually requires a 10-year term for these small cell master license agreements. When we
I was
say
afraid you were going to say that.
yeah, I think it requires a 10-year term with a 10-year renewal. We could have more flexibility on our other franchise agreements where I think 10 years has been our just sort of standard, but we could talk about, as Dan said, whether or not there should be a different term on other types of agreements. When you talk about revenue too, the small cells are limited by state law pretty significantly. So it would take a change. Federal law actually allows cost recovery. So it would take a change in state law to allow us to recover all of our costs instead of just the limited amount that's allowed by state law. Franchise fees in general are declining because the types of technology is switching. We have a state law that limits what we can charge for telecom fiber, which is 3.5% of their gross revenues that they bring in. That doesn't capture streaming services. And so if there was one more creative outlet to try to capture, it would be to research if there's a way to capture streaming services. This will come up in our next agenda item as well, because that's what we're doing with Google. So we've negotiated something with Google where they pay in addition to the telecom charge that the state allows. But it would take a change of state law to capture more on like the telecom fiber agreements.
Thank you, Kimberly. That was very helpful. Chris.
Thank you. Kimberly, in our meeting earlier today, I asked about just the status of the notice ordinance that's mentioned in the staff report. And you said that that there was some work still being done on that, but that it might be ready to transmit soon or back to us soon. Do you have any idea like of a timeline there? Are we?
Well, we have Matt Castle here as well, and I hope, Matt, that I didn't overstep. But I do think we're getting close to having a revision to transmit back to council that Matt has been coordinating with the other involved departments. And then we've also been working with Nick Tarbett. I don't know if I could put an exact date on it, but I would say in the next couple weeks, 2 weeks, maybe, Matt, do you think?
I concur. In a couple of weeks, I think we've got most of our comments back that we can address and keep it moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to put anybody on the spot. I just think that that's really important as we move forward with all of these discussions that we're having. I also wanted to ask about the digital equity. So my understanding is that we don't have any authority over where these poles are placed, even if there is, you know, a really obvious digital divide between the number on the east side and the number on the west side. But I have heard from West Side residents that they actually want more poles. The people on the east side do not want any more poles. So I know that we don't have any authority on where the poles go, but is there any way for us to like use what's happening right now as to inform our digital equity discussion? Or is there information that we can get from the companies that we're franchising with that would help supply information for our digital equity plans for the city?
I'll take a stab at that, but I don't know if I'm the right person. Lisa, do you think I saw you waving.
No, yeah, go ahead and take a stab, and then I'll try to take another stab.
I would say we can't require location of polls. We know that it's done based on service needs and coverage needs and, you know, other maybe marketing ideas. There was concern, I think, raised after a Tribune article where they put up a map of the small cell locations. And that map showed current poll applications. It didn't show everything that had been installed. And so I think I think there's more installations on the west side than at least that map gave the appearance. You can always try to incentivize installations, even though we can't require them. Lisa, I'll turn that over to you.
No, I think you gave all of the stuff that I would have stabbed and missed. What I will say is that our Chief Innovations Officer, Noel Walkingshaw, is diligently pursuing all of the options that we have available to us in order to help address the digital divide. And one of those ways in which we're attempting to do that is through these franchise agreements. So without getting into too much detail about that, I just will say that it is a major priority of Mayor Mendenhall, and she has directed her team of innovations experts to help try to close that gap in every way possible, this just being one tool. I guess that's really all that I have to say about that, because the regulations that we are sort of subject to here make it extremely difficult, but we are turning over every stone for sure.
Council members, do you have any other questions on this item? The next two items are similar in a lot of ways, and I think all the same people are the people at the table, all the same players. So I will turn it over to Kira for, are we on number 5? Yes, item number 5.
I think we covered elements of the franchise agreement in the MLA discussion, but I'll just hit some of the high points. So this one is with the same company, SQF LLC, for a term of 10 years with a year-to-year automatic extension. They will pay the city a one-time lump sum of $5,000 and then the 3.5% annual franchise fee. This is, again, the city's standard franchise template. So it doesn't deviate much from previous templates, but it explicitly doesn't allow cable services or small wireless facility installation. And I will then turn it back over to the administration team if there's any more to add.
I think that covers everything for the franchise agreement. Thanks, Kira.
Any questions from council members? Great, then with that, we will turn to the last franchise agreement, which is item number 6 on the agenda. And I will turn it back over to Karen.
All right, so this one is a little different from the standard template. This is an amended and restated franchise agreement with Google Fiber LLC. And so it was originally for a 15-year term signed in 2015 and included broadband and video services. Google Fiber is discontinuing video services, so they're looking for an amended agreement and amended fee structure. So this will be for a new term of 15 years and will continue to allow them to provide broadband services in Salt Lake City. It doesn't require other telecommunication services, cable services, or small wireless facilities. Permits will be required for each installation. So this doesn't grant them the right to dig or install facilities anywhere they need. It just gives them the agreement with the city. Originally, they were paying 5% of their revenues for video services. Since they're not doing video services anymore, they're now proposing an annual payment of 2% of Google Fiber's gross revenues in Salt Lake City, in addition to the 3.5% municipal telecommunications license tax. and a one-time $10,000 administrative fee. That covers kind of the nuts and bolts of it. We have some questions in the staff report that are similar to those that have been discussed already, involving digital equity. There's one component involving public access video. Most of the city's video services providers, I believe, provide public education and government public access channels. The term, it was another piece. And in general with franchising agreements as well, we like to include a question on enforcement, because this is one of the things that council members hear a lot of feedback from constituents on. Anyone who's had digging in the public right of way near their properties usually have questions about how is the city enforcing this. So I like to have a standing question that gives the council an opportunity to ask whether or not more resources might be helpful for those conversations. With that, I'll turn it back over.
Thanks, Kira. And again, the summary basically goes through all of the deal points between the two agreements, the original franchise and then the amended and restated. The only thing that I would add is that this represents a service expansion by Google Fiber, and so there is also the potential for increase in revenue to the city because of that. So we're hoping that may be the case. And so we're here to, of course, answer any questions that you have. Noel, Walkinshaw, and Kimberly, and myself. And then we also come with a recommendation to, grant the requested changes that were requested by Google Fiber.
Thank you, Dan. Council members, questions?
What are Google Fiber video services? It can't mean that Google Fiber won't play videos.
They had
What
a
is it?
streaming TV service like cable TV. So
Oh,
they had their own streaming service. I think if you have CenturyLink, you could get Prism TV or something of that nature. So they're closing that. You can still stream videos. Yeah. I think this is a the big piece of this really is if you look at the where we've gone with the technology recently, I don't imagine how many of you have a home phone line anymore. I don't know, right? So if you don't have a home phone line, you're not paying the 3.5%. And if you don't have cable TV, you're not paying the 5%. But so I think this agreement really marks a big change in how we look at services, right? Because Comcast, if you're on Comcast, if you're on CenturyLink, we're not receiving any revenue for someone who just has internet and then uses Hulu or Netflix or something like that. So this is a big shift for us in that respect, and I think it's something that we should keep an eye on moving forward, because it seems to be the trend to go to streaming services, and we actually had to argue a little bit to get the 5% in the original one, because that wasn't a traditional television service. Our agreements are based on the old cable TV model.
Well, good work, Noel and team. I think that you're right. I mean, everything you just said about how you're not making any revenue off of streaming services, it is my house. Like I don't have a phone. I don't. So I think we have to be creative on understanding how to capture some of this revenue. With that, I think going back to something that Kimberly said and wondering if we can do that here at some point is incentivizing more of that digital equity and providing, we funded a bunch of infrastructure for public Wi-Fi in certain areas throughout the city. Can we work with Google Fiber to incentivize that happens, and that we have, more people have access to internet services? Can we incentivize them?
I don't know about incentivize per se, but I know that they've done a lot through their community connections. And I don't have the list of all the places that they've partnered with, but they've partnered with a lot of the affordable housing organizations. I believe they've are supporting our resource centers. And then I think we can do more, you know, hopefully soon we'll come to you with a donation policy that we're looking to change about how we donate agreements. And I think that what we're seeing has happened with the library with their digital navigators and having sort of that coach that helps people get connected. I think those are great places to make those investments, because it's oftentimes that the wire comes to the house, but they just don't know how to hook it up, or it's hard, right? And so I think investments in those programs that sort of support people getting onboarded, I don't know if that's the right word, it is really helpful. So I think it's just through, you know, policy building really helps us, right? Our digital equity policy has given us what we wanted. It's given us leverage to a point, but it also gives us a clear statement that allows us to partner better with people. So continuing that work is really important.
Thanks, Noel. I think that's a good point. It tells people who we're looking for to partner with, right? Like, here's our values. Here's what our policy is. It's a good point. Thanks. Council members, do you have any other questions regarding this agreement, franchise agreement? I don't see any hands. Okie doke. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone, for being here, ladies and gentlemen. We are on agenda item number 7, which is a tentative break. We're about right on time, actually. So if people want to take a 20-minute break, then please come back. It is 4:11 right now, so please come back in 20 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
What's up, Amy?
Not much. It's Tuesday.
Tuesday. Let's see what's next on our agenda.
All right. I think we have everyone we're gonna have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So we can go ahead and get started. Welcome back, everyone. And we are on agenda item number 8, which is a resolution regarding the Housing Trust Fund loan amendment to Garden Lofts Holdings. And we have Allison Roland with the council office at the table. And then we have Lonnie. I see Lonnie Egertson-Goff here, the director of HAND. So I will turn it over to Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to recognize my error in the original form of the staff report. Mysteriously, I put it on RDA letterhead and didn't realize it until this morning, so I apologize if that caused any confusion. It's now been corrected on the council letterhead. I also want to mention that the developers of this project are here today, I believe, and so if you have additional questions for them, they will be available. So as you mentioned, this is a proposal to amend a $1 million Housing Trust Fund loan for Garden Lofts at 154 West, 600 South. The original loan was approved in 2017. There are 2 parts to this amendment. The first is to switch from renting all the units at or below 60% AMI to a technique known as income averaging. This would allow the average of all incomes to be 60% AMI, but some units would rent at a higher level, 70 to 80% AMI, and that would allow the developer to subsidize deeply affordable rents for others at 40 or 50% AMI. The majority of the 272 units would remain at 60% AMI, but income averaging would result in a rental price decreasing on 52 units and increasing on 57 units. The second request is to move the city's loan for the project from second position to third. That would be behind a new $1.2 million loan from Citibank. Both parts of the proposed amendment were approved by the Housing Trust Fund Advisory Board and by the Olene Walker Loan Fund. And Olene Walker is the lender who would move to fourth position for repayment if this amendment is approved. And finally, potential action is scheduled for May 18th. So I'm not sure if Amanda or Lonnie from HAND would like to add to that, or if you'd just rather we take questions.
Thank you, Allison. Council Chair, if it's all right with you, I'd just like to check and see if our developer is here. I know Amanda, as our housing development specialist, has been closest to that coordination, so I'm going to maybe ask if she could confirm or deny.
Yes, I believe Corey from Wasatch Development should be on here. I know we're running a little early.
Yes.
He is on here? Okay.
Yes,
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Allison. I don't feel like we as staff for HAND have anything additional. You've covered it very well.
Thank you.
Great.
Allison, do you like to speak?
Sorry, I might have interrupted that. So, Mr. Johnson, Corey, thank you so much for being here. Is there anything you'd like to add about the loan program or this change in loan or your project?
No, I thank you for the time. I appreciate it. I think the synopsis was covered very well. I think, you know, this project it's a neat project. It's 272 affordable units. It's one of the larger affordable projects in the state, and it's a great location on 6 South. We're currently 100% leased. You know, there's a big demand for this workforce type housing. Income averaging, I believe we were the first in the state to do this, and I think it's a really neat program. Typically, the workforce housing program is set up so all units are at 60% AMI. So like the project that I'm in right now, 600 South and State Street, is 100% at 60% AMI. The federal government came out with this program where we can average. So as long as we average 60%, we still qualify for the low-income housing tax credit program, which is neat, where we can subsidize, right? As was discussed, we can bring in those 40 and 50% units by allowing, you know, some of the 70 and 80% units. So it gives us a wider bandwidth of people that can qualify for this program. So that we're really excited about the income averaging. As far as the added debt, it's really, you are dropping a position, but the first and second are just the same lender. So it's really just one primary debt. So Citibank is the lender, as the primary lender, and then this added debt, because of increased costs during the project, is just really just adding to their debt. Even though it's a separate loan, the way we look at it is it's like a co-first mortgage on the front end. So no, we really appreciate your help on this, and if you have any other questions, happy to answer.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. It is a great project. Anna.
Corey, thank you for that, and thanks Lani too, and Alison for presenting. I have a question. I mean, this project was completed. Was it completed like in 2018 or early 2019?
It was completed, let's see, it was completed about, I think, the first quarter of 2020. Well, actually, it was in 2019. I'm not sure exactly when it was completed in 2019.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so in that period is when construction prices went up. Like, it's just, I hear about construction prices going up like recently, but not back in either 2019 or 2020. I'm sure there's an increase, but
Yeah, and typically, I mean, we've been building, and we've built a lot here in the city and the state of Utah. Typically, we saw construction costs rising about 3 to 4% per year over the last really 15 years. And then in about 2017, we started, 7%, which we didn't account for right when we started this project. So it was kind of year, we were, went to 4%, 3 to 4% rise in construction costs to about 7. And then obviously you're hearing in the news now, I mean, we're as high as 15 to 18% now. And that's climbing every day. So you are hearing it. It's definitely in the news right now because of the drastic increase. But we did see, from about 2017 on, a big increase, year after year.
so basically this money that you're requesting, you're not requesting, you are, hold on, sorry, I was getting confused. You're requesting it, so 2 amendments to the loan that you have right now. One was to change the AMI, who are you going to serve, the AMIs, and then the second one was, sorry, Allison, can you help me here? You needed, what's the second amendment?
It's to accept the change to third position for the additional loan.
Got it. And so you're not asking us for money, so you will, so this money that Citibank you're getting from, you're going to pay off a debt, construction debt that you still have going on. Okay, so I know people have already moved into your project, and some of them are low income folks. What's going to happen to those that have already leases, and are their leases going to change? Will they have to go somewhere else? Are you giving them another year or two after you make your changes? What's going on with that?
That's a great question, Anna. So nothing will change as far as from the tenant experience or tenant cost standpoint. So the rents with this program, because it is regulated by the federal government, is that we are, in each year that the federal government establishes through HUD, we're a rent, a maximum rent, right, that we can charge as part of receiving as part of going through the low-income housing program. So from a tenant standpoint, this added debt that we took on, that the Citibank has taken on, really has no bearing on the tenant and the tenant rent standpoint. It's really just paying for it's paying for the additional cost that we incurred during the construction period. If that makes sense.
It makes sense for the loan, but it doesn't make sense for me to, because you are changing the AMIs. You're going to charge more, but then you're going deeper into the affordability one. So the folks that are in right now and that might be paying an
Oh, gotcha.
what's happening to them?
So you're talking about the income averaging that side of it. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood your question. So the existing tenants, they're locked in with their lease, right? So their lease is set. So it just allows us to, on future tenants, it allows us to, if there's if someone comes in and rents and we have a certain number of units allocated for each band, like if you think about it, 40% AMI, 50% AMI, 60% AMI. So if someone rents a 50% AMI, so say a 60, just easy numbers here. Say if someone rents a 60% AMI, say the rent is $1,000 for a 2-bedroom, right? If they rent a 50% AMI unit for say $900, then the project can rent a 70% unit for $1,100. Those are not the exact unit pricing, but it gives you an idea. So you're still averaging out 60%, you're still averaging out $1,000, but it gives you the ability to open up that bandwidth. And the reason we like that, let's say that someone comes in and has a great job, but can't afford a market rate project currently, right? They can't afford $2,000 a month in rent. So this, and then they come to our project and they make too much. So the federal government limits the amount of money they can make, right? So there's this weird gap of income range. So this gives us the ability to say, well, you make just a little bit over the 60% AMI threshold, but we can't accommodate you because you make that amount, right? So we can rent to you, but then it gives us the other side of it too, where someone can't quite make the 60% AMI payment, then we can lower their rent and so forth. Does that make sense? Sorry, I'm not very good at explaining that, but that's the gist of the program. It opens up the ability to rent to more people. But as far as the current rent, the current renters, nothing will change.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Anna, did you have a follow-up?
I'm just a little confused. I just, what I don't want to happen is that somebody has a lease that ends in, I don't know, in July, and because of the new rental structure, then they have to leave this apartment because
that
change laws, or they will not be renewed, and so at the rate that they're paying right now.
No, that cannot happen, and that won't happen.
Thank you.
Darren?
It seems, thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like actually, and correct me if I'm wrong at this, but so I like a broader range of incomes within one project. I think that's always a better policy. It also seems like it would allow people to stay in their apartment if their income changes. Is that true, or am I understanding something about LIHTC? credits incorrectly.
So-
Like if someone starts to make more, they can then move to that higher bracket. And
So technically with LIHTC, that is true, but technically with LIHTC, even if they start making more, we can't technically move them out of their apartment. So they can stay there. Now, let's say that they moved out and then reapplied, then there would be an issue, right? Because let's say that they got a much higher paying job, they leave the apartment and then they come back and try to get in the same apartment they were in, then there's a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Council members, any other questions? I don't. Yes, Allison.
Just a quick reminder of one of the policy questions, which was whether the council would like to request that the administration continue the process of shifting the Housing Trust Fund's development loan-related balance and payments. This is something that was part of a legislative intent that you all worked on or that you all approved last year. And there was a note from Hand about wanting some additional clarification. Of course, we could treat this in the legislative intents part of the budget discussions if you'd rather.
I mean, I think that my preference is to continue transferring all of the loans to out of hand. And Corey, this doesn't have anything to do with you. This is just logistics. So that would be where I'm at. I don't know where other council members may be. But this was our intent last year.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
well, how many more do they have left over in their portfolio? Allison, like, is this one of the last ones, or do we have 10?
I'll defer to Lonnie on that, see how much she has at the tip of her tongue.
And Amanda's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but we have like 25 loans that are in our portfolio that we anticipate shifting to the RDA. We're just working on some details with our attorney on the ordinance and the language related to council versus RDA, Housing Trust Fund Board recommendations, those details.
So it looks like you're on your way to do the shift anyway, so good.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Does that give any clarification? I mean, I think if you're already doing it, then that's what we want to see happen. Okay. I really am excited for this, actually. I think it does open up the ability to rent to more people, and that's certainly what we want and need in Salt Lake City. So I think it's great, personally, and we are set to take action on May 18th. If there's nothing else, Corey, thanks again for being here, and we'll go on to the next agenda item.
You.
Our next agenda item is our fiscal year 2021-2022 budget overview. And I believe we have, hold please, I need to pull up my agenda. Mary Beth and John Veit from the finance office. So I will turn it over to Mary Beth.
Thank you, Council Chair. Bobby, can you share the slide presentation, please? And while he's getting that up, I'll be just highlighting, and then I will turn it over to Lisa McCarver, and then John will conclude it with the expenditures. This is the budget discussion. These are high level. This is kind of what we'll do is we'll show you a couple of trends analysis on what has happened over the previous years as well. Next slide, please. The mayor's budget priorities are equitable growth, making the city more environmentally resilient, bolstering communities with inclusive investment, and supporting employees' physical and mental well-being. Next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it over to Lisa McCarver so she can discuss the revenues. And then it will go to John Bike for the expenditures.
Thanks, Mary Beth. Good afternoon, council members. The first thing that I wanted to do is just give you a quick rundown of our current year revenue projection. I know Mary Beth's keeping you up to date on that in the myriad of budget amendments that we've been having, but just a quick look at this for you guys so you know where we're at right now. So right now we're projecting to be over budget in revenues by about $5.2 million. You know, we have been very cautious and conservative this first half of the year because we just didn't know what was going to happen with COVID. So we've been very cautious about our projections, but the latest sales tax data that we've received basically through the Christmas season from December, we received that in February. And that's really given us some confidence that we're going to continue with that trend. And so sales taxes are running over budget by about $3.4 million, as well as the funding our future portion, that half-cent sales tax is running over budget by about $2.2 million. And this variance is fueled by just robust retail spending. And we really expect that that trend will continue this year and on into our next fiscal year. We've got a little bit of a positive variance in franchise taxes. Also, our license and permits revenue is expected to be approximately $3.4 million over budget. And, you know, we've just had some booming construction in the city this year, and permits and other construction permit fees are over budget by about $5 million. And this is helping to offset the shortfall that we're seeing in our airport parking tax, which is about 1.6 million, and in innkeeper's tax, which is the shortfall there is about 1.7 million. And these two revenue sources have just really been hit hard by the travel related restrictions due to COVID-19. So we're seeing that happen, but luckily, you know, we have this other permits revenue to help offset that. We're seeing other shortfalls in fines, both at the Justice Court and in parking fines. And this again is due to COVID. There were no court hearings for a long period of time. The state had a moratorium on collections, so they weren't intercepting tax refunds and things like that. And then also locally, we issued a moratorium on issuing parking tickets. And so that lasted longer than we expected it to. So we are seeing a shortfall there. The other place we're still seeing a shortfall is in our parking meter collections. They've really, those collections have really suffered due to COVID. And, you know, we had a moratorium for a time on actually paying for parking. And that was lifted, but I think we're still having a little bit of trouble seeing compliance from people on paying for those meters. So that one's a little bit slow to return. Also, we're seeing a shortfall in our miscellaneous revenues. And, you know, a lot of that was due to our moratorium on collections internally. And also, you know, we've had no special events, and we had a suspension on fuel reimbursement for take-home vehicles. So those things have affected that revenue category. But overall, I mean, I think I feel really positive that we're looking really good this current year. Are there any questions about current year projections? If not, oh yes.
I was just going to say, I'm not seeing many, so you can keep going, Lisa. Thank you.
All right. All right. If we could move on to the next slide, please. Awesome. Thank you. So this is next year's budget, the FY21-22 revenue budget. Let me pull up my notes here. So I'm giving you just a really high level overview on this because I know you'll be getting a lot of details from Jennifer later and from others as you move along. But our revenue budget is projected to increase about $12 million over last year. And really the largest contributors to this revenue increase are our property taxes. You know, we have some new growth that we're recognizing here. Sales tax, as I mentioned, the retail spending has just been very robust, and we expect that to continue into next year. And then we also have a transfer of funds from the American Rescue Plan, which you'll see in the transfers area. That budget has increased by $8.1 million. Can you advance the slide? Awesome. So this is just a quick list of the major changes in revenues. We have an increase to property tax. Again, that's associated with new growth, and then a recommended increase due to property tax stabilization. Our sales and use tax is increasing by 5.9 million, and then the half-cent option is another 2.8, and that's for the Funding Our Future projects. We have an increase in franchise taxes, and that is mostly due to the water franchise based on the recommended water rate increases. We have an increase in our building permits of about 2.6. So then in the decrease area, we're seeing a bit of a decrease in business licensing, but that's the innkeeper's tax and the parking tax that I was talking about earlier. Those are still being hit hard by the travel restrictions, but we really are optimistic that we'll see an improvement there this year. Charges for services, there's a little bit of a decrease there. And fines as well, you know, as we're still trying to collect on those, and the courts is getting back up to, you know, having a full caseload of hearings. Again, the parking meter decrease, same thing. We're just seeing some slower, you know, compliance in that area. Interest income, also a decrease. You know, the market rates for our investments is just still pretty low right now. Also, you know, miscellaneous revenue, that covers a lot of things. It covers our internal collections, special events, and things like that. So those are some of the highlights of the changes from our last year's budget to this one. Any questions on that?
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay, please go to the next slide then. So these next few slides are just something that I like to show you every year so that you can see some of the trends, some of the history. So this one is for our property taxes. And this, you know, it does show all of the minor categories broken out there. Our budget is, our property tax budget is set to increase by about $2.2 million to $113 million. This is our largest source of revenue. And this increase, again, is due to our budgeted new growth of about 1.3 million and a recommended increase for property tax stabilization. Any questions on that? If not, you can advance that slide. Also, every year, I kind of like to show you guys the residential property values by your council districts, so you can see the continued upward trend in the values for the properties in your areas. And if you advance to the next slide, that's the commercial values in those areas. Great. And then the next slide is just a little history of our sales tax revenues so that you can see that upward trend. This graph actually includes the sales tax. Sorry, it doesn't include the sales tax for Funding Our Future. So this is just our regular 1% sales tax. If we put the Funding Our Future in there, obviously it would start to skew these last few years. So to keep the history true, we're just showing our regular sales tax. But the budget for that, let's see, is is about 68 million. anyway, you can see the upward trend there. And then the next slide kind of breaks down the sectors of sales tax. So as you can see, that retail trade really is continuing to drive our sales tax receipts. It's at 43% of total sales right now, which is up about 2% from last year. So that's a really good increase. Accommodations and food services is 8% of the total, and it's down from 15%. And obviously we know that's related to COVID and the shutdowns. And then wholesale trade has been flat at about 14%. So these three sectors make up 65% of our total sales taxes. So unless you have any questions with that, I will turn it over to John to discuss the expense side of the budget.
Good evening, council members. If we can go to the next slide. So the citywide budget this year is currently set at 1.79 billion. Yes, that's billion with a B. That represents an increase of 512 million or 28.6% over last fiscal year. The biggest portion of the increases there come from the airport, whose budget is going to increase by just over 400 million. That's due to the terminal redevelopment project. Public utilities also sees a large increase as well due to construction projects, and that's up about 63 million. And then the general fund also has the increase that was just talked about of 23.6 million. So if there's no questions, we'll go to the next slide. So I'm just going to talk about a few of the major increases that we're going to see across all of the funds, and in particular the general fund. I'm not going to dive into a lot of these because over the next 6 weeks you'll be diving into these in depth, and so I just want to touch on a few of the highlights. One of the major expense changes that we'll see is with personnel expenses. Personnel expenses are the city's largest cost, and those expenses are going to increase this fiscal year, obviously. The main parts where those are going to increase are we are anticipating a 3.5% insurance increase, and that insurance increase comes from our city's actuarials, and so they have told us that we should increase our health insurance by that 3.5%. The city is also budgeting currently to honor all of the merit increases for the unions that are represented within the city. That's the middle portion that you see there, and then the budget that the mayor is putting forth proposes a 1% salary increase for all non-represented employees and a similar package for those unions, but the negotiations with each of the unions are currently ongoing, and so I don't know exactly how that will work out. So questions on personnel expenses? Okay, next slide. So another major expense that the city is going to undertake this year is our enterprise resource planning software. And that software is going to be expensed across all funds, not just the general fund. Each of the funds will pay their portion of that system. So the total cost for the purchase of the system, which is going to be spread out over the next 2 years, will be 2.75 million each of the next 2 years. The following year, we will have an ongoing maintenance fee for that program, and that will be about 1.2 million. Now that will be offset by some of the current systems that we are using, the contracts that we have in place for those. So we won't see a continued increase of the magnitude that we'll have this fiscal year and next fiscal year, but we will continue to see some increase there. Within the ERP budget, we have also budgeted for an increase of 5 new FTEs. 3 of those are within the general fund. One is a deputy director of finance, one is a business analyst within finance, and then an HR ERP analyst. IMS will also get a new employee. That will be an ERP conversion manager. And then one additional grant administrator will be funded with ARP dollars. A lot of those positions don't sound like they're directly related to the ERP, but they are taking the current jobs that many of the employees with the detailed knowledge that we need to implement the ERP have, and so they'll replace those people so that they can go and work on the ERP implementation. So if there's no questions on that, we'll go to the next slide. Just wanted to touch on all the new FTEs that are budgeted within the current budget, and you can see that there are a number of these positions that are budgeted within across all of the different funds for the city. Within the general fund, there are 42.85 new employees, and again, I'm not going to go into what each of those positions are, as you will be discussing those when you discuss each of the individual departments and the requests that they have made there. Public Utilities also has 17 FTEs, as you heard a couple of weeks ago, and IMS is asking for an additional 15 full-time equivalents. Next slide. Lastly, I'd just like to touch on the funding our future dollars and how that is being allocated this year. As a note to what was addressed in the last item, housing funds are being moved from the Housing Trust Fund to the general fund, and this will allow for better year-to-year budgeting of those funds and where they are, and hopefully move us towards that initiative that the council is looking for. Transportation has a couple of new projects. One that you funded partially in one of the budget amendments that we just had is the on-demand ride services, and then funding for service, a contract, a joint contract with UTA for service for routes 2, 9, and 21 is also included in the budget. As far as infrastructure goes, as you saw in the mayor's budget address last week, we're going to, the budget proposes an increase for a concrete road maintenance initiative. This would be a new initiative that will help to improve or maintain the quality of the concrete roads within the city and hopefully extend the life of those roads. Within the infrastructure realm, we have also budgeted for almost $1 million of streets replacement equipment, and then $2.3 million for infrastructure projects. In the expanded public safety realm, we have budgeted $4 million for apparatus for the fire department. And this is a great benefit to fleet and to all of the general fund departments, as when this funding is not tapping into the general fund dollars, it allows those general fund dollars to go to the other departments that are in need of some of those vehicles. So we're excited about this funding and the opportunities that it will present, not just for the fire department, but for all of the general fund departments. Additional items within public safety are the emergency management phase 2. As was mentioned earlier today, the move of emergency management to the fire department. With the move, we are also adding some additional employees, and this will be adding 2 additional employees and using funding our future dollars to continue the funding for those employees. We're also proposing the addition of 8 new dispatchers for the last 6 months of the year to be able to implement the 32-hour work week, and then 6 additional co-responders for the police department. That's all of the highlights that I've touched on. I don't know if there's other questions that you have, or if there's other things that you'd like to address. So we'll turn it now. Next slide is to open it up for questions. Oh, I got one more slide, sorry. Just a quick slide with the fund balance projection for next year. I just wanted to show that even with the budget and the use of fund balance, that is quite significant. The city is still maintaining a 14% fund balance overall, with just under 14% for the general fund and about 19% for funding our future. So now we'll go to questions if there are any from the council.
Thank you, Team Finance. I will open it up for questions. Council members? And do you mind taking the thank you? It read my mind. Darren?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what's the total number of new FTEs in the budget? And those numbers that you read, do they, that's in addition to the release of the vacancy savings hiring freeze. So we went up to the previous number and then added new ones, right?
That is correct.
And do you know the total number across all funds?
I should have that number, but I don't. I can do some quick math. I believe it's 66 FTEs. It might be just under 66.
But the slide does show 75 plus.
There's 62.85 in the general fund, because the 42 that John referenced earlier is not including the positions that are proposed to be funded by the American Rescue Plan. So technically they're not in the general fund, but they're FTEs that will go to general fund departments, if that makes sense. And then 17 in public utilities and 15 in IMS. Sorry, I just had these numbers here, so it popped in.
Perfect, thank you.
Question. So Jennifer, is that the same as the number of employees? Is that number you just gave us the number of employees that's funded by grant money, or?
20 are funded by grant money.
Okay.
And so if you add that to the 42.85 in the general fund, it comes to 62.85.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Cindy, did you want to say something?
Just want I just want to ask the council, and I don't know if it's possible, we'll have to ask the administration, but moving forward, it might be less confusing if we could talk about the total number of general fund employees instead of separating what's being paid for by the general fund and what's being paid for by the grant. We're sort of missing part of the story, or it's a little bit confusing to think about. Would the council rather keep them separate, or would you rather us try to put them together overall as we go through this budget? And, note, okay, of this, say there's 10 general fund and 5 in a department that relates to the grant. Do you want us to say, okay, there's a total of 15 employees additional, 5 of those are grant funded? Or is it easier for you to just keep them separate?
I think for me, it is important to know what positions are being funded by the grant money, but I do think we need to have like a total that seems a little, because sometimes it says like, I feel that there are these moments that we say, okay, there's 10 new employees in this particular department, 5 of them are getting paid by the grant. Is that 15 new employees, or is that 10 with 5 being paid for by grant money?
So in attachment 2 of the overview staff report for the next agenda item, it shows each department and then which positions are being added from the general fund and then which positions are being added from the grant fund. And so on the right, there's a total of both of those columns. And so as we go forward with our individual department reports, we can just, as staff, we can make sure to note both of those items and call out where it's funded by grants and where it's funded by general fund.
I think that'd be helpful to just be sure that you have all of them noted and then distinguish.
Council members, do you have other questions at this point, or can we move to the council budget staff report? Because I feel that they're kind of intertwined. Obviously, they're both sort of an overview of the budget. And then that might raise a few more questions. So I think what we'll do, I know I asked, but now I'm dictating. I think what we'll do is move to agenda item number 10, and we'll have Jen present the sort of council overview of the budget. But if Mary Beth and Team Finance can still be around in case there are questions for one, both, or all. How does that sound? I see some thumbs up. Great. Jen?
Great, thanks. And feel free to interrupt me as I go through this. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation because I ran out of time, but I'm going to try and highlight some of the things I think from the overview staff report that I think are of interest to the council. I won't go into detail of some of the sort of technical changes in the mayor's budget because Mary Beth and John and Lisa covered that well. So I'll just sort of highlight some of the things that have been of interest to the council over the year. Before I get into that though, I thought maybe since we have some new council members and maybe even just the public to orient like the role of the council as it relates to the mayor's recommended budget is to consider the broader policy goals and implications of the funding strategies that are recommended, and then receive and consider public comment on the mayor's recommended budget and determine whether to make changes to the proposed budget or adopt it as is. There's also a list of kind of some of the policy lenses that as staff we apply as we're looking at the different departments. That's in the first page of the overview if you want to look through that. So that's just our sort of general thought process as it relates to looking at the proposed budget. So starting on page 9 of the staff report is where we kind of focus on recent areas of priority that have been emphasized by the council. The first I'll go over is the topic of racial equity in policing. And this is by no means a comprehensive list, but this is just an attempt to try and draw your attention to things that we might want further conversation or further information on. So the mayor's recommended budget does restore the holding account of $2.8 million to the police department base budget, reflecting the need to hire officers to staff patrol. And in addition to that, there's some additional funding recommendations that were started with the REP Commission's initial recommendations that are included in the mayor's budget. So some of those are $20,000 in the non-departmental budget to fund a peer court program, a senior advisor position in the mayor's office to focus on equity, funding for 6 full-time social workers to increase the available hours for that co-responder model. And I'll note that those social workers are proposed to be funded with the, let's see, I can't remember if those are the American Recovery Act. I'll hold on those. Those social workers are proposed to be phased in over the course of a year. So 3 in September and 3 in January. And that funding for the social worker program continues to be budgeted in non-departmental. So if the council members, you guys pulled that funding out of the police department budget last year, that's continued in the mayor's recommended budget. There's also a recommendation to add a full-time senior staff member to the mayor's office to staff the REP Commission. I think over the last year, we realized that commission has a lot of important work to do and needs quite a bit of staff time to help with it. I don't think that it means that any of us who have been helping out with it are going to stop helping, but that staff member will be able to focus on it full time. If you add all those together, that's about $660,000. Not all of those recommendations are coming specifically from that holding account that the council set aside last year to implement the REP recommendations. But that holding account still has about 1.5, I think, million in it. I can get you the final number. And the council could decide to keep that holding account open, add to it. We do anticipate more recommendations coming from the REP Commission in the coming months. And so it was always sort of intended that this budget, while sometimes annual budgets feel like they have to be the culmination of things, that this budget is kind of a midpoint as it relates to the council's work in sort of restructuring how the city does policing.
a couple other areas of the budget that staff noted that aren't necessarily specifically in the police department or titled with racial equity necessarily, but do help in the city's effort to broaden the way that the city responds to emergency situations. That's one of the takeaways I think that a lot of us have gleaned from other cities is how can we make it so that the police aren't the only ones doing this job or that job. And if you add all of those up, that totals about $5 million. So I'll go through some of those. The American Recovery Plan Act is proposed to fund another medical response team, which is in the fire department, a small crew using a small apparatus to respond to medical calls. This is a strategy that was started, I want to say 5-ish years ago in the downtown area to help alleviate both the wear and tear on sort of the larger fire apparatus and also provide that medical service while not straining the budget. Additionally, the proposed budget funds a transition to a 4-day work week for, or 32-hour work week for 911 dispatch. That helps with, and that includes 8 FTEs. It's funded for 6 months, so it won't start until midway through the year. But that's a proposal that will help dispatch be better prepared to respond and route calls to the right place. The budget continues permanent funding for the community commitment program at a level that was set in the budget amendments, so that's a higher level than has been in recent years. And then replacing a backlog of fire apparatus vehicle through the Funding Our Future public safety category. This is something that the council mentioned throughout the last couple of years of encouraging the administration to think about the public safety category of Funding Our Future in a broader way than just police. So it does continue funding for the original 50 police that were added in that first year of Funding Our Future, but some of the additional public safety items in Funding Our Future are things like the dispatch or fire apparatus. The budget also adds more emergency management staff in the fire department and includes a $70,000 initiative to address street racing, which feels like one of those strategies where instead of relying on people calling for an emergency and the police showing up unplanned, that hopefully it can be a sort of more efficient initiative. There's also discussions to schedule a follow-up presentation from Matrix. Some of the recommendations that they made initially to the council feel like things that could be implementable as a part of a budget. It was just a matter of figuring out which things could come first, like which things are low-hanging fruit and what order of events made sense. And so I'm just putting that out there as a sort of mental placeholder of that could be another reason to hold some funding either as a placeholder or set aside so that the council could implement some of those recommendations if you feel like it. Then sort of a next topic is new employees and federal grant funding. We talked about it a little bit at the end of the last agenda item, so we don't need to go into it too much. It's 62.85 employees total added to general fund departments, 20 proposed to be funded with American Rescue Plan grant dollars, 17 employees in public utilities, and 15 in IMS. And I'll just, like I said, I'll draw your attention to attachment 2 in the staff report, which goes through each department and compares last year's FTEs with the proposed FTEs. And then if a position was added in a budget amendment, if a position was added as a part of the proposed budget, or if a position was added as a part of the grant. And if there's any specific questions about any of those, feel free to ask. A little bit on the federal funding dollars. Page 13 of the staff report walks through some of the proposed uses. Those total about $14 million. And I did want to note that we got guidance from the Treasury Department this week about the allowable uses of those dollars, and we're asking the administration to go through and sort of confirm if each of those proposed positions or programs is an allowable use of those funds. So more to come on that. We did also want to, let's see, sorry. The next item is Funding Our Future. It was obviously a big council priority, and those 4 categories are things that the council always watches. We did want to call out that the proposed budget shifts dollars among categories quite a bit. And so attachment, let's see, 4 goes through line by line so that the council can look through and make sure that they're comfortable with the proposed shifts among categories. The category with the highest increase was public safety. Like I mentioned before, the administration is including a more diverse definition of public safety, consistent with the council's asks the last couple of years, and so that is added as part of that. Stop me, like I said, stop me if you have any questions. Or I feel like I'm talking a lot, but okay. Homelessness, the proposed budget continues funding for the community commitment program, like I mentioned, and also continues the centralization of homeless coordination in CAN. Affordable housing, much of this will be discussed in context with the RDA budget, because that is where a lot of the housing dollars from Funding Our Future end up going. That said, HAND does contain a number of programs, does continue a number of programs that have been funded with Funding Our Future dollars in the past. Like John mentioned, those will be moved from accounted for in a separate account to being accounted for in the general fund. And the effect of that logistical move is that those dollars will drop to fund balance at the end of every year unless the council makes an express policy decision to reallocate those funds. And it just is a way to sort of check in each year and make sure that those programs are still where the council wants to go in terms of investment in affordable housing. The one thing I wanted to note, just because it has come up recently in council discussions in the context of the RDA, is that the proposed budget does not continue funding for the Community Land Trust program, and it recaptures about $750,000 in funds from previous years that were not spent. As far as we know, I don't think that the Community Land Trust program ever got off the ground, and so the administration is proposing to reallocate those. But if the council felt strongly about continuing it, then I think that would be a conversation in the next month about how to allocate that. Transit and transportation, the proposed budget continues funding from Funding Our Future to the contract with UTA for enhanced bus service. It also includes, continues the program for on-demand ride service. And it also includes an additional $1 million to add enhanced bus service on 1000 North. In the topic of infrastructure, the city continues to spend money from the authorized streets bond. And then in the FOF, in the Funding Our Future category, there's increased dollars there to enable the streets team to get more lane miles done each year. That said, investment in CIP is going from just under 7% to just over 6%. One of the items in CIP is a placeholder for about a $50 million sales tax bond that the administration will be proposing to the council in the coming weeks. We don't have a detail for how that bond or what specific projects that bond will fund or how it'll be structured in terms of taxable or tax exempt, but we'll give that information to the council as soon as we have it. Some council members have asked about increasing the funding for CIP to 7%. And thanks to Ben for calculating this, it would be about $2.7 to $2.9 million, depending on how you calculate it. So that's something else to consider is if there are CIP projects that are not funded that you would like to see funded, either figuring out which CIP projects are maybe a lower priority and funding it from those, or figuring out a way to add funds to CIP. The mayor did mention a few potential projects in her budget presentation that have been interests of council members for some time. And so I just wanted to mention them really quickly so that the council sort of has it on their radar and the public can look when we get that information. And Fisher Mansion, the Glendale Water Park, Warm Springs Park, quiet zone improvements have been some of the projects with high level of interest recently. So we'll make sure to get that information out as soon as we have it. And then the overall fiscal health of the city is sort of a constant council priority. And so that's why we always talk about fund balance and track fund balance. I do want to clarify, because even our staff was a little bit confused among ourselves, the council does have a legislative intent to have a goal of fund balance at 14%. But there's agreed upon floor of 13% right now. So we'll often reference how many millions above 13%. That's not a legal requirement. It's sort of good financial management that the bond markets watch to see how far we're dipping into our fund balance. 10% was actually the previous guidance that as long as we don't drop below 10%, we are viewed favorably by bond counsel and the rating agencies. But in recent years, the council has been able to stay above 13%, which is. We did want to mention on page 8, there's a chart that lists all of the proposed uses of one-time money for ongoing expenses. And this year is a very odd year because we have such a large amount of one-time money coming from the federal government that obviously the city wants to spend and get on the street and implement into good programs. And so there was probably always going to be quite a bit of a structural deficit built into this budget, but we just wanted to make sure that you have this on your radar so that as the discussions are continuing, where those points are, and then also to discussions next year. So essentially, anytime you have one-time revenue paying for something ongoing, once that revenue is gone, you're either going to have to stop doing the thing that that revenue was paying for, or find a way to pay for that thing by either raising taxes or raising revenue another way. And so we flag this every year as because every year the city uses some amount of one-time dollars to pay for ongoing expenses. So we just wanted to clarify that. That adds up to about $21 million this year. And so we listed all of those line items. The biggest components of that 21 million is the $10 million that's referenced in the revenue replacement. That's from the federal grant. So that's $10 million this year that the federal government gave us to account for the revenue line items that we lost due to COVID this year. It's estimated that we'll have maybe one more year of $6 to $7 million. So next year we'll have a little bit of a revenue line item from that, but then in year 3, we won't have anything. So we'll have to sort of mentally plan for how to balance the budget without that $10 million revenue line item. And the other big component is the FTEs, the positions that are funded with grants. They're all listed in the same chart. And so to the extent that you want to continue any of the programs that are associated with those FTEs, you would want to figure out a way to plan for that in the budget in year 2 or 3. The way that the federal grants are sort of staggered out and given out to us, it's possible that they'll carry us through 2 years-ish. But 2 years goes by in the blink of an eye with regard to budget. So just wanted to flag that. Then other items, these are sort of more sort of internal to the city items, but maybe the council would be interested in them. They start on page 12. There's a whole long list starting on page 12. I'll pick out a couple of the ones that you might be interested in. There's a new proposed Department of Public Lands. This would take the Public Lands Division from Public Services and elevate it to its own department with 2 deputies. The divisions that would report to the Department of Public Lands would be Golf, Parks, Urban Forestry, and Special Events. The another item of note is a little bit of departmental reorganization. So shifting the engineering division from community and neighborhoods to public services. The administration indicated that because engineering works so closely with streets so often that it makes sense operationally to have those 2 divisions in the same department. The capital asset manager would move from CAN to engineering as well, since public services where a lot of those things are tracked. Then it would also shift the youth and family division from public services to CAN. And CAN would be reorganized into 2 divisions, essentially. One relating to development services, and that would be planning, transportation, building services, and then community development, which would be HAND, housing and neighborhood development, and youth and family. And so that's and obviously the CAN director, when you guys are briefing that budget, can go into it in much more detail. But that's this sort of general plan. Golf is sort of a perennial topic. The administration is proposing to continue the previous approach of transferring funds from the general fund to help assist golf to a balanced operational budget. What it allows golf to do is keep the $1 per round fee that the council initiated years ago with the intention of going to capital projects. It allows them to keep that dollar before it was being used to just sort of balance the operational budget. And so they hadn't been able to make investments in those capital projects. And so this would allow them to do that. And that's in the non-departmental budget that's reflected. So that is like a really, it's like a Cliff Notes version of the Cliff Notes of the budget. And I just want to say thank you, gratitude to the amazing budget analyst team in the council office, because it takes a village and they all contributed to this.
Thank you, Jen. Council members, there is a lot to digest, and I want to get to everyone's questions. We have time for this. This is what this is for. I would say that because this is the first day we're all probably really kind of diving into this, obviously we may not get answers today, but general questions or things that general concerns or things like that will really help staff and administration figure out kind of where all of us are, where our brains are and what we're thinking, and to help provide a little bit more information. So, you know, just, I don't know that we can expect a ton of answers, but I think it's important that we ask the questions we're thinking about so that we can be prepared for all of the next other briefings. And before I turn it over to questions, Jen is incredibly humble, but I want to say thank you to Jen and to her team and the team that worked on this. And this is an incredible staff report that provides truly digestible information to us, and was done in, like, I don't know, 24 hours or something like that. It's something ridiculous. So excellent work, Jen. Thank you so, so very much for all of the work that you do. And now I see Dan's hand. You got the floor, Dan.
Thank you. And I echo what Amy just said. That's incredible staff report, and very much appreciate that. Back to the educational side, you know, you talk about the structural deficit of 21 million for next fiscal year. Is that a lot or a little compared to previous years? Sometimes they go, it's a lot. Sometimes they go, it's not.
It's a lot. I mean, I think we're in sort of unprecedented times because we don't typically find ourselves at the receiving end of $87 million from the federal government. So I'll maybe put that out there as a disclaimer. I've seen, you know, anywhere from 2 to 4 million is probably more standard. And it's usually little one-time things, like little bits of one-time revenue, like permits from the airport or things like that. This is just a unique year that we have such volume from the federal government, and so it is a lot.
Okay, and it seems mostly in the personal side, it's FTEs.
Yeah, in terms of uses,
Right.
yes.
Okay. I'll stop with that one question and
Feel free. This is our time. Go ahead, Anna.
I think mine goes along with the FTEs that are actually funded with this money from the federal, this grants. Something that we have to keep in mind. And so, Jen, when you say, hey, you know, keep in mind we have more staff, but it's temporary money, it's one-time money. You know, we have to prepare for when that money runs out. So how do we prepare for when the money runs out? Like, what are our tools? Or do we as a council decide, well, we're going to see how those programs and the FTEs work, and if they produce really good service or it's a very successful program and it's helping the community, then we'll keep it. And if we say we'll keep those, then where does the money come from so that we can keep funding those? Or does the council say, hey, this is a one-time thing, and in 20, let's say 2 years from now, 24, you know, it's over. Those services or programs or FTEs that's done, and we're not gonna reconsider. Like how do we?
I think you could do both of those things. First of all, you could do either. So the council has in the past, when you've accepted grant dollars, you've said you've put a sunset essentially on the FTE when the grant expires. You could do that. I think that there are probably programs that you'll want to keep beyond. And so I think looking at ways to prioritize other budget expenditures to accommodate those. So essentially it's like shuffling around the deck, right? To say, well, we really want to keep, like, let's say like the apprenticeship program. So that's $1 million. So in 3 years, you have to plan that you're going to need $1 million from ongoing sources. But 3 years from now, sales tax could be recovered to a point where it's grown enough to accommodate for a lot of that lost revenue. We just won't know that until we get a little bit closer. And so it could be as simple as just putting a marker down to say, you know, we want to evaluate these proposals each year, or we want to evaluate these proposals against revenues each year, or something intentional like that. I think that it helps in a way that they're being tracked in the grant fund, because they live in the grant fund, they will always be separate from the general fund. They won't just get absorbed into overall general fund expenses unless the council makes that intentional decision. So at the very least, you'll have that opportunity. But it is, I mean, it's a lot, and I think it's going to be a challenge to accommodate in the budget unless our revenues really just pick up and go gangbusters, which let's hope they do. And I saw the mayor pop on once. I hope I didn't talk over her. Sorry, Mayor.
No, I just not, I don't want to insert myself. I do want to insert myself, but this is one of those times where I should wait to be called on. So I'll wait.
Dan, go ahead.
Oh, on the reorganization side, did we see an increase in FTEs with the reorg or a decrease in FTEs with the reorg? I couldn't tell.
I don't have a chart that looks at it specifically that way, but I believe it's a net increase, especially because there's a new Department of Public Lands that is definitely a net increase. So because they're proposing I think 7 or 8 new FTEs as part of that department. So I could do a more in-depth analysis of just looking at the reorg though.
Yeah, because I always look at reorganizations that you should have a decrease in FTEs because you're now combining, or the change should be more efficient, so it should be less. But I'm just curious. Thank you.
Council members? Chris?
If we wanted to increase the CRT and make it available and move toward making it available 24/7, with the new employees that are being added, and whatever cost it would be to have it exist in some form 24/7, maybe it's not as staffed or, but something. What's the gap fundraising or budget wise between what the mayor's proposing and where we would be if we were to do a bare minimum 24/7 model?
Sorry, Chris, is the CRT that you mentioned the co-responder model?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure about the acronym, so I wanted to make sure I knew what you were talking about.
Yes.
I don't think we have that number today. We've asked questions like that, and I know Ben is probably taking that note as we speak and following up with that. So I think the police department budget briefing is next Tuesday, so we could get that information for that budget briefing, or for the non-departmental budget briefing where that dollar amount lives.
Okay, follow-up question. If I would also like to know what it would take to do it. Like if we were to do like a phased approach, but like moving toward that model over the next 2 years or 3 years. Like what, obviously we don't, no one has a crystal ball for what is going to happen next year and the year after, but what might that look like if we wanted to move in that direction? Is my sub question. If we can't do it, if we couldn't do it all this year, or if we choose not to do it all this year.
I think the council, the council can't necessarily like bind a future council, right? They can't like require that it be in the budget next year, but I think that that's what legislative intents are helpful with, and sort of documenting the council's intent with the following year's budget, and then it gives the administration some work to do over that coming year. It does mean that they'll have to find that money in the budget somehow that following year, right? Which is that structural deficit question we were just talking about. But yeah, that's probably, I don't know if other people have other ideas about how to do that. That's how I would think the council could put out there.
Okay, and I have one more question, Madam Chair, if that's okay. We've heard a lot, and there's a lot of anticipation, I think, from the public around the allocation that we made last year of $100,000 to transportation for traffic calmings and to study like new initiatives and things. And my understanding is that some recommendations are going to be coming up soon. How you may have covered this, Jan, and if you did, I'm sorry, but does the mayor's recommended budget, or where in the mayor's recommended budget does it account for acting on some of those plans that might come forward? Does it leave us any room to do that, or would we need to do it through a budget amendment if something were to come forward in 2022 or 2021-22?
I have not seen that specifically, but sometimes those items are the like buried needles in the budget, and so I've made a note of it, and we'll look through as we continue to look through the departments and let you know. I think the most appropriate place to discuss that would probably be during the CAN budget. So when transportation is in front of you guys, making sure to make a note to Allison to add that to the list of questions we ask.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, of course.
I wanted to just add another question on the police department budget that maybe we discuss when we discuss police department budget, but Jennifer, you said that the administration is proposing to recapture the $2.8 million holding account. Does that mean that the fiscal year 2021 $2.8 million, and that does it just mean that we're not adding $2.8 more million to the holding account, or that the leftover is also recaptured and put back in?
Sorry if I misstated that. The money going forward is added back to the police department budget. The money from this current fiscal year that we're in now, the fiscal year 21, is recaptured so that it can continue to next fiscal year, so that it's still in a holding account. Does that make sense? Otherwise, it would have just dropped to fund balance. And so there's still money in there. It's not the full 2.8 because the administration is proposing spending some of it to hire the coordinator for the REP commission, and is using some of that for the peer court investment. And so it's the total isn't exactly 2.8 anymore, but it's whatever 2.8 less whatever has been spent from it.
But it sounds like most of the things that have been spent from that were recommendations from the REP commissions, which if was my intent with that. So it seems like that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Other questions, council members? I have a couple of questions that I think we would just to come back to. We finally got the what are the criteria or boundaries for the spending of the ARPA money from the Department of Treasury. So I'm curious, and I know that you've had a brief chance to look at that, Jen. So I don't expect an answer, but I'm curious as we're looking at this chart on page 8 of what would be spent with the ARPA dollars, of what we now think could work, like fit into the requirements of that money, or the boundaries, if you will, of that money, and what may not fit in there. And then also, is this something that let's say there's a position that doesn't fit, right? There's an FTE that just doesn't fit with the spending of that money based on the guidelines given by the Department of Treasury. Is this now a position that is so important that we need to find other money for it somewhere else in the budget? Or is this something that we can say, oh, darn it, wish we could have done that, we don't have the money for it? I think I need some sort of prioritization if those positions or if those programs don't fit the requirements or the guidelines by the Department of Treasury. So that's
We'll
one.
add, I think that's a question for the administration in terms of what they would recommend. I think that because we're in sort of the middle of the budget process and the council technically has the budget, it's also a question for the council, right? To say, if these grant funds aren't eligible, do you want to prioritize that program within the general fund? You know, even though that you can't use grant funds for it. So we'll add that to the follow-up questions for the admin to get their input on it.
Perfect, thank you. And then one thing, as I'm looking at this table on page 8, it gives me heartache or heartburn maybe to fund the MRT expansion program with one-time funding. I've been pushing for the MRT expansion since I came on the council, and I know we can talk about this more with Chief Leib when it's his time to present. You know, over the last few years, it has kind of been like, well, I'm not sure. The chief has been very open and honest and said, not sure that the numbers make sense to expand the MRT program. And when we raised this 3 years ago, and started funding our future, I pushed really hard to make sure that we were looking at the public safety piece in a broad sense, to include 911 and to include fire, and not just our police being able to be funded with that silo of money, that bucket of money. And so, and I see we've done that, right? If we go down to the Funding Our Future table, there's some of the fire and some things like the social work coming out of that Funding Our Future bucket. But I would like to look at how we can make sure that we don't expand this MRT program with one-time funding and then not be able to continue it in the future because we did it with one-time funding. Because now we see that there's a need for it, and it's the idea, I believe, is putting it down in the ballpark area. It's worked well in our downtown area and creates another resource for people that need it. And so I just want to flag that is one of those things I'm a little concerned with, just starting it with one-time funding. Not that it wouldn't be found later, 3 years down the road, to continue funding it, but what if it's not? So that is just a flag, FYI. The other thing I'd like to look at, council members, one of the suggestions that was made by Matrix, the company, the consultant group that did our police audit, was having, and Jen, can you explain this a little bit better? This sort of non-police, but still goes out to sort of calls, if you will. So like our traffic, why are words escaping me? The people that write traffic tickets or parking tickets, or, you know, and our compliance, and maybe looking at creating a new department that houses all of those people, those jobs. Jen, can
I'm
you please
I'm
explain?
messaging Ben because I can't remember the name of what Matrix recommended. I think it was something like Civil Response Office. And in other communities, they're even looking at like putting traffic enforcement as sort of in that model. And so yeah, we got a high level recommendation of it from Matrix, and so our staff wanted to do a little extra work in what that would even look like here, and then get a little more information from them about how that could even be considered to be implemented. But that is something that other communities are looking at. And I think would fit actually in line too with some of the things the council has talked about in recent years in terms of a park ranger program that looks more like ambassadors and less like police officers, although the police officer bike squads might also be part of it. It's just, again, like that diversifying how the public interacts with the city.
So I think council members, we're gonna have Matrix see if they can come do another little briefing on that program. And like Jen mentioned, sort of, we got the high level, but I think if this is something that we would want to, we have been talking about park rangers for 3 years, two or 3 years now, and what that would look like. For me, I think it should look more like the ambassador program. As we know, the ambassador program downtown just expanded to North Temple, and it works, and we know that it works, and it's not a police officer, it's not, it is a different interaction with communities, and I think that's something that I'd really like to look at. And then where should that be housed? And maybe creating this civil response office is a way to go about that. And maybe that doesn't happen this year, but maybe we start, if it's something that's interesting to the council, we start setting the pavement, you know, the pavers, so that we can walk down that and get it there. Other questions by council members?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, I agree with you about the MRT expansion being something that we wouldn't want to fund this year and not be able to continue funding it. I don't know if there's a process. I mean, I think what it sounds like maybe you're bringing up is that something that we want to, as we move forward, make sure gets moved out of one-time funding and into ongoing revenue funding streams. And so I don't know if there's a way that, like a prioritization process, that we want to go through all of these one-time things and say, here's the 5 that the council wants to do. But I guess I'll two points to my comment. 1, I'll just agree with you on that. And 2, it seems like maybe we need to just be thinking through how we do that through a legislative intent or something and say, yes, we'll fund all of these things with one-time money, but these are the ones that we want to make sure are prioritized in future years to move into it. And here's the ones that maybe really are just a COVID response, and we can let them drop away in a couple of years. I don't have a suggestion as to how to do that, but seems like that's probably the way I would like to move forward with this, because these are all great programs. I don't want to not do them, but I guess we should acknowledge that maybe some of them aren't going to be able to last forever. And if we get that out in the public now, maybe that'll make it easier in the next year.
And I think it also helps the administration, right, as they plan their budgets going forward. If they know these are the ones that the council loves and is using one-time funds to get off the ground, but wants to continue, and these are the ones that if eventually the worst happens and we have to shrink, you know, the budget or match the budget to the ongoing resources, that, you know, these 4 or 5 programs are the ones that are least important, or the council's okay with waiting to start up again when we have the ongoing revenue, that kind of thing. And staff can look, I mean, if you let staff know now, so it's helpful to know that the MRT is an interest of both Councilmembers Fowler and Mono, because staff can start to look at other funding tools that are existing. So like the Funding Our Future dollars, for example, is the mayor's proposal. I think the council has flexibility there to look at how those dollars are spent, how the fund balance in that's spent, to see if it makes sense to locate some of those things in an ongoing way rather than grant funded.
Right, like, for example, if it were able to be funded by grant money, in the Funding Our Future budget table that is broken out in our packet, there's fire apparatus replacement for 4 million. And that seems like that would be a one-time fund, right? Like, we don't need the ongoing source for fire replacement. I mean, Chief Lee will kill me for saying that. There's always need to replace all our equipment, but for this particular budget request, that would be one-time funding, right?
Yes, and I think that that's the kind of thing that we could discuss with the administration if it made sense to sort of swap those things and align one-time uses with one-time dollars. I think that the Treasury Department guidance is like a whole nother like unknown that's thrown into all this that I haven't been able to digest yet. I know that the attorney's office is also looking at it, and so we'll probably, I think that'll be the topic of much discussion in the next like week or two to kind of sort out what makes sense and what doesn't.
Sure.
Also, I just wanted to know.
That may have been a bad example. Sorry, Jen. That may have been a bad example. It was just like the first thing I sort of saw. But of course, if it doesn't fit within the grant, I get that part. Just sort of, if there were things to swap that made sense, right? That might be something that we can do.
And I just wanted to note, the finance director, Mary Beth, sent me a message that they are transmitting the bond recommendation tomorrow to the council. So we'll make sure to get that out to the council and post it online so that you guys can take a look at it. There's not a proposal to adopt that in conjunction with the budget, but I think it can inform some of your CIP conversations, and it can also inform some of your conversations as it relates to staffing, because I think that that's the other wild card that's going on, is that some of these projects may need staffing or some sort of operational funds going forward, and those are funds that can't be funded with a bond, and those will need to be a part of the general fund budget. And 3 years from now, let's say hypothetically you issue a bond in the fall, by the time something is built and needs staff to run it, that's just something to think about.
Council members, I know Mayor Mendenhall, if you wanted to jump in earlier, and I'm happy to have you jump in whenever you'd like.
That's generous of you, but Jennifer Bruno's doing an excellent job, and talking about the landscape of our growing city and the incredible opportunity of all these federal dollars that we really can't handle with the system and the normal capacity of staffing that we've carried. So we share in the awkwardness of adding positions with one-time dollars, but have a lot of confidence in the future growth of the city. So thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jennifer.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, of course. Go
guess
ahead.
one thing that I'll also flag as a priority for me is the 3 associate planners that are intended to be funded with that grant funding. I think that one, to me, makes a lot of sense. That it feels there's so much growth anticipated that we're so behind on some of the planning efforts that we really need those. And I am totally fine using the grant funding, because assuming they do their job right, then that will allow for growth to happen, and that will replace them in the future. And if that growth doesn't happen, then maybe we don't need those planners to continue. So I will flag that as a priority for me, that there's just so much change that I'm expecting, that we as the city are expecting to happen, and growth, that we really need planning staff to be able to keep up. And I feel like we've gotten behind in some of our neighborhoods. So I definitely want to keep those. And I'm excited to talk to Nick Norris and see if that's even enough, or hear what he has to say about what 3 planners can do and what 4 planners could do. So.
Great. I like your train of thought, Darren. Council members, is there anything else for right now? I'm sure there's a lot of things that everyone is thinking about, and we have the next 5 weeks to talk about it. So I think if there's nothing right this second, no other questions right now, then we can move on to the next item. Again, Jen, thank you so much for your hard work on this, for all of the staff that helped work on this. It was great. Thank you. With that, we are on the governmental immunity budget. So we have Russell Weeks from our council staff, Tamara Turpin, our risk manager, and I believe Katie Lewis as city attorney. So I will turn the time over to Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to read 4 sentences from the staff report that sort of outlines what the purpose and the function of the governmental immunity budget is. Salt Lake City is self-insured for exposures to liability claims. The Governmental Immunity Fund operates as a reserve fund managed by the Salt Lake City Attorney's Office to address those claims. It is the fund the city uses to pay awards for legitimate claims for damage caused by the city and to fund legal defense in litigated matters. And finally, the Attorney's Office coordinates with risk management on matters of litigation and claims submitted by the city. Now, that said, the governmental immunity budget this year is about $2.9 million. It's $78,000 or $79,000 more than it was during the current year. And there are 9 full-time equivalent employees who are funded by the Governmental Immunity Fund. So with that, I think that's the sum of it, if you don't mind me saying so, and we'll let it go to any presentation that Tamara or Katie want to make.
All right. Thanks, Russell. I'm Tamara Turpin, the city's risk manager. And as Russell mentioned, the city is self-insured for liability. Instead of buying coverage from an insurance company, the city sets money aside in the Governmental Immunity Fund. And if someone files a liability claim against the city, the cost of settling the claim or defending the city is paid from this governmental immunity budget. And the attachment to your staff report is a summary of the liability claims that have been paid thus far this fiscal year. 64 claims have been settled and 127 claims have been closed with no incurred costs. As of a week ago, there were 109 open claims. Some of those are in litigation, so we can't discuss those in open session. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any questions.
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. Well, thank you for your time.
Oh, we have one question. Dan, go ahead.
Just the policy question that's in the staff report about can the city establish a property tax similar to the library tax fund to go directly to the immunity fund? Is that, are we able to do something of that nature?
The state law allows it, Councilmember Dugan. And this is only a staff opinion, but the Governmental Immunity Fund has been fairly static over the years. And if you think about the library fund, which can access up to 1% of the assessed value of the city, and does not, they raise about $18 to $20 million in property taxes every year. So it doesn't seem at this point that it's a necessary thing to do, but it's a tool that's out there and available to the city if necessary.
Can I just add, some of the claims against the city, particularly federal claims, are not subject to judgment caps under governmental immunity. And it is possible that a judgment could be made against the city on a federal claim, in millions of dollars. Fortunately, we haven't seen that, and our our self-insurance fund has been adequate for years. But in the event of something like that, that would be an option for the city to levy that tax.
So does that mean that, like, if there was a judgment against the city for, some crazy millions amount of money or whatever, that basically we then could levy the tax and pay that judgment back, like pay it off that way? Right. So we wouldn't need to do it beforehand, like have it in the bank beforehand. We could pay it off afterwards. Okay. Katie, did you want to add anything?
I'll just jump in and first of all sing
Tamra's praises. She's an extraordinary risk manager, and we're really lucky to have her. Also, our litigators are all paid out of the Governmental Immunity Fund, so they do a great job of litigating these contested claims against the city, and I want to be sure to acknowledge their really hard work and their specialized work. And then finally, Council Chair, to the specific question about the property tax, as you correctly stated, we typically wouldn't recommend that type of property tax unless we were facing a claim that could not be paid out of our existing governmental immunity fund, which thankfully to this time has not been an issue.
Awesome. Council members, any other questions on this? Okay, well, thank you three for being here and for presenting that. Pretty easy there. So, council members, we are at item number 12, which is a dinner break. Oh yeah, we better, because I'm sure that nobody from the Justice Court is here to be this early. So we are now at our dinner break. We're a little bit early. And we will be back at 6:50. I would ask that you be back at 6:45 so that we can get through the next two budget presentations. And then we do have a limited formal meeting this evening. So 6:45.
It's National River Cleanup Month, and volunteers are working to clean up along the Jordan River. Residents are invited to join in on these fun and unique cleanup activities throughout the month. Katie Reiser with the city's Trails and Natural Lands Division has details on how you can get involved and sign up as a volunteer. And our History Minute, just in time for Star Wars Day, is about the Mandalorian and its ties to Salt Lake City. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 20th meeting, the City Council voted to make this year's municipal election chosen by ranked choice voting, reviewed a draft of the police budget audit, received informational updates on racial equity in policing, and were briefed on a number of budget issues. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Today we're celebrating the kickoff of 1,000 additional trees on our city's west side. We fulfilled that commitment last year. In addition to the 1,600 or so trees we plant throughout the city, today we're celebrating by the planting of a few trees, the 1,000 additional that we'll have here across the course of the coming months. Over the course of about the last 10 years, until I became the mayor, the city was just planting about as many trees as we lost each year. We lose 1,000 trees to disease, storms, snow, but it's important that we plant more than the amount of trees we lose, so we're actually growing our urban forest. Our hardest hit areas for air quality and air pollution are on our city's west side, and we know that trees help to not only beautify an area and increase property values and walkability, but they also help to clean our air and produce more oxygen. So there's a million reasons to plant trees, and the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago, but the next best time is today. And they're going to welcome with open arms the youth of Salt Lake City, youth from all over the state of Utah, who are going to find a way to express their hearts through the arts. And this is the place where they come to learn and be supported and become who they will
as leaders of our community in the future, as teachers, as architects, as board members, to build the next Spy Hop somewhere else in this city.
The Salt Lake City Council needs a District 2 representative. Applications to fill the vacated position are now open until May 10th at noon. To learn more about the position, the process, and how to apply, visit slc.gov/council or call 801-535-7671. Celebrate this National River Cleanup Month by getting out and getting one-on-one with nature. Salt Lake City has plenty of volunteer opportunities, and Katie Reiser, Volunteer Outreach and Education Coordinator for the city's Division of Trails and Natural Lands, has details on how you can get involved and help with biodiversity within the community.
For weeks, we've been working to rally volunteers to take part in a new effort to beautify our city, really our city's public lands. From our mountainous ridgelines to our river, we've had organizations, teams, and individuals coming together to clean up our parks, our trails, our wetlands, and other open spaces.
Why is that a priority for the city? I mean, aside from the obvious.
Well, this work is not only creating a visual improvement to our natural areas, it's helping to restore and protect the habitat and the ecosystems around us, while also carrying and building up our world-class trail system here in Salt Lake City. And we know that Salt Lake City's natural resources, our beautiful weather, our world-class recreation opportunities are one of many reasons why so many of us choose to live, work, and play here. And we expect more people to want to come live, work, and play here. But with more people means more visitors on our public lands, and without the hands-on maintenance, we're going to see more damage, erosion, and challenges happening in our public land system. And so really, we're trying to pull together our community to help keep our places healthy, beautiful, and accessible for everyone.
For anyone who wants to get involved, how do they do that? What's the process like to volunteer?
This March, we actually took initiative to create and launch a new digital platform. You can find that at stewardship.slc.gov. And we've resumed our in-person workdays. Many of those events have been on pause throughout 2020. We've seen, even in this short period, an incredibly positive response from our community, with the nearly 400 volunteers already signing up since the launch to participate in upcoming projects.
What projects are sort of on the docket for coming up soon that people could get involved with?
We've got great events coming up in May, many of which are focused on National River Cleanup Month. The myriad of events that are occurring this spring across Salt Lake City is trail maintenance, trail work days, getting up into our foothill system and other natural areas across the city to have hands-on trail maintenance, habitat restoration work, providing information and direction and stewardship related information to users on the trail. We've got habitat restoration work across our open spaces that are removing invasive species and helping to replant native plants that can benefit the ecosystems there. And then coming back to River Cleanup Month, many of our projects that will be focusing on the Jordan River. We've already hosted several cleanup days along the river this year and have hauled hundreds of pounds of litter and debris out of the river and out of her banks. In May, we intend to host even more. National River Cleanup Month is something that's recognized across the country throughout the month of May, and we've got several events to participate in, including one on May 15th for National River Cleanup Day.
If I'm a volunteer, what do these days typically look like? Are there city folks there to tell me what to do? Like, what does that look like for me realistically?
Yeah, beginning with the sign-up process, that's easy to view. You can jump onto that website that I shared earlier. View the event, sign up with a one-click submit, complete your digital waiver all in one place, and then you'll automatically get confirmation from our team about where to meet, what to bring, and what to expect. We as an SLC staff and other volunteer leaders will meet you at the location, have a quick introduction, create some connections to the other neighbors and community members that are there, talk through our tools, our equipment, and what safety things to expect, and set out on our way to get dirty and get wet and get our hands into the land.
Them to, or no, for anyone on the fence, where would you send them for more information, and what would you say to, maybe convince them to come on out and have a great time doing this?
Well, we know our Salt Lake City stewards are folks who appreciate our outdoor spaces. They're enthusiasts who are determined to see their play spaces thrive. They're people who enjoy the camaraderie of working as a team to accomplish the goal of caring for our environment. If any of that sounds like you, then come join us. These are your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, your colleagues. Really, in light of the pandemic, many of us are thriving on having these social interactions again, to come together and to meet new faces and new individuals. You're welcome. Many of our events are open for accessibility and have other volunteers to help work with language or with accessible concerns along the trail. And the great part of working outdoors is sometimes that transcends barriers, where we're all contributing to the mission of caring for our public lands. Come join us, view our project calendar at stewardship.slc.gov, or check out the city's webpage to see highlights of the work that we've been done and get involved in an upcoming event.
And now it's time for our History Minute.
Filmmaker Jon Favreau set his sights on a Western set in the Star Wars universe and created The Mandalorian. Like any entry in the Star Wars universe, exotic locations were required to give an otherworldly look to the adventures of Din Djarin and his young charge Grogu. Utah has a long history with filmmaking, particularly westerns and desert landscapes, from the grandeur of John Ford in Monument Valley to the Martian landscapes of Goblin Valley for John Carter. The area surrounding Salt Lake City got its turn with The Mandalorian. In order to accomplish many of the locations in The Mandalorian, special effects wizards from Lucasfilm came to Salt Lake City to film backgrounds that would be used on the new volume technology. These LED screens are powered by a game engine that allow backgrounds to be filmed live and then on a soundstage with actors, largely eliminating the need for costly green screen. These locations outside of Salt Lake City offered backgrounds for the iconic planet of Tatooine and a new planet named Arvala 7, securing Salt Lake City's place in Star Wars history.
Thank you for joining us for another episode. To learn more and stay connected with Salt Lake City's Parks and Public Lands Division, or to get out and find unique ways to volunteer, you can follow the Parks and Public Lands Division at SLCPPL on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's it for this week's episode. Thank you for joining us. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. It's National River Cleanup Month, and volunteers are working to clean up along the Jordan River. Residents are invited to join in on these fun and unique cleanup activities throughout the month. Katie Reiser with the city's Trails and Natural Lands Division has details on how you can get involved and sign up as a volunteer. And our History Minute, just in time for Star Wars Day, is about The Mandalorian and its ties to Salt Lake City. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 20th meeting, the City Council voted to make this year's municipal election chosen by ranked choice voting, reviewed a draft of the police budget audit, received informational updates on racial equity in policing, and were briefed on a number of budget issues. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Today we're celebrating the kickoff of 1,000 additional trees on our city's west side. We fulfilled that commitment last year. In addition to the 1,600 or so trees we plant throughout the city, today we're celebrating by the planting of a few trees, the 1,000 additional that we'll have here across the course of the coming months. Over the course of about the last 10 years, until I became the mayor, the city was just planting about as many trees as we lost each year. We lose 1,000 trees to disease, storms, snow, but it's important that we plant more than the amount of trees we lose, so we're actually growing our urban forest. Our hardest hit areas for air quality and air pollution are on our city's west side, and we know that trees help to not only beautify an area and increase property values and walkability, but they also help to clean our air, produce more oxygen. So there's a million reasons to plant a trees, and the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago, but the next best time is today.
And they're going to welcome with open arms the youth of Salt Lake City, youth from all over the state of Utah, who are going to find a way to express their hearts through the arts. And this is the place where they come to learn and be supported and become who they will as leaders of our community in the future, as teachers, as architects, as board members, to build the next Spy Hop somewhere else in this city.
The Salt Lake City Council needs a District 2 representative. Applications to fill the vacated position are now open until May 10th at noon. To learn more about the position, the process, and how to apply, visit slc.gov/council or call 801-535-7671. Celebrate this National River Cleanup Month by getting out and getting one-on-one with nature. Salt Lake City has plenty of volunteer opportunities, and Katie Reiser, Volunteer Outreach and Education Coordinator for the city's Division of Trails and Natural Lands, has details on how you can get involved and help with biodiversity within the community.
For weeks, we've been working to rally volunteers to take part in a new effort to beautify our city, really our city's public lands. From our mountainous ridgelines to our river, we've had organizations, teams, and individuals coming together to clean up our parks, our trails, our wetlands, and other open spaces.
Why is that a priority for the city? I mean, aside from the obvious.
Well, this work is not only creating a visual improvement to our natural areas, it's helping to restore and protect the habitat and the ecosystems around us, while also carrying and building up our world-class trail system here in Salt Lake City. And we know that Salt Lake City's natural resources, our beautiful weather, our world-class recreation opportunities are one of many reasons why so many of us choose to live, work, and play here. And we expect more people to want to come live, work, and play here. But with more people means more visitors on our public lands, and without the hands-on maintenance, we're going to see more damage, erosion, and challenges happening in our public land system. And so really, we're trying to pull together our community to help keep our places healthy, beautiful, and accessible for everyone.
For anyone who wants to get involved, how do they do that? What's the process like to volunteer?
This March, we actually took an initiative to create and launch a new digital platform. You can find that at stewardship.slc.gov. And we resumed our in-person workdays. Many of those events have been on pause throughout 2020. We've seen, even in this short period, an incredibly positive response from our community, with the nearly 400 volunteers already signing up since the launch to participate in upcoming projects.
What projects are sort of on the docket for coming up soon that people could get involved with?
We've got great events coming up in May, many of which are focused on National River Cleanup Month. The myriad of events that are occurring this spring across Salt Lake City is trail maintenance, trail work days, getting up into our foothill system and other natural areas across the city to have hands-on trail maintenance, habitat restoration work, providing information and direction and stewardship related information to users on the trail. We've got habitat restoration work across our open spaces that are removing invasive species and helping to replant native plants that can benefit the ecosystems there. And then coming back to River Cleanup Month, many of our projects will be focusing on the Jordan River. We've already hosted several cleanup days along the river this year and have hauled hundreds of pounds of litter and debris out of the river and out of her banks. In May, we intend to host even more. National River Cleanup Month is something that's recognized across the country throughout the month of May, and we've got several events to participate in, including one on May 15th for National River Cleanup Day.
If I'm a volunteer, what do these days typically look like? Are there city folks there to tell me what to do? Like, what does that look like for me realistically?
Yeah, beginning with the sign-up process, that's easy to view. You can jump onto that website that I shared earlier, view the event, sign up with a one-click submit, complete your digital waiver all in one place, and then you'll automatically get confirmation from our team about where to meet, what to bring, and what to expect. We as an SLC staff and other volunteer leaders will meet you at the location, have a quick introduction, create some connections to the other neighbors and community members that are there, talk through our tools, our equipment, and what safety things to expect, and set out on our way to get dirty and get wet and get our hands into the land.
For anyone on the fence, where would you send them for more information, and what would you say to, maybe convince them to come on out and have a great time doing this?
Well, we know our Salt Lake City stewards are folks who appreciate our outdoor spaces. They're enthusiasts who are determined to see their spaces thrive. They're people who enjoy the camaraderie of working as a team to accomplish the goal of caring for our environment. If any of that sounds like you, then come join us. These are your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, your colleagues. Really, in light of the pandemic, many of us are thriving on having these social interactions again, to come together and to meet new faces and new individuals. You're welcome. Many of our events are open for accessibility and have other volunteers to help work with language or with accessible concerns along the trail. And the great part of working outdoors is sometimes that transcends barriers, where we're all contributing to the mission of caring for our public lands. Come join us, view our project calendar at stewardship.slc.gov, or check out the city's webpage to see highlights of the work that we've been done and get involved in an upcoming event.
And now it's time for our History Minute.
Filmmaker Jon Favreau set his sights on a Western set in the Star Wars universe and created The Mandalorian. Like any entry in the Star Wars universe, exotic locations were required to give an otherworldly look to the adventures of Din Djarin and his young charge Grogu. Utah has a long history with filmmaking, particularly westerns and desert landscapes, from the grandeur of John Ford in Monument Valley to the Martian landscapes of Goblin Valley for John Carter. The area surrounding Salt Lake City got its turn with The Mandalorian. In order to accomplish many of the locations in The Mandalorian, special effects wizards from Lucasfilm came to Salt Lake City to film backgrounds that would be used on the new volume technology. These LED screens are powered by a game engine that allow backgrounds to be filmed live and then on a soundstage with actors, largely eliminating the need for costly green screen. These locations outside of Salt Lake City offered backgrounds for the iconic planet of Tatooine and a new planet named Arvala 7, securing Salt Lake City's place in Star Wars history.
Thank you for joining us for another episode. To learn more and stay connected with Salt Lake City's Parks and Public Lands Division, or to get out and find unique ways to volunteer, you can follow the Parks and Public Lands Division at SLCPPL on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's it for this week's episode. Thank you for joining us. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. It's National River Cleanup Month, and volunteers are working to clean up along the Jordan River. Residents are invited to join in on these fun and unique cleanup activities throughout the month. Katie Reiser with the city's Trails and Natural Lands Division has details on how you can get involved and sign up as a volunteer. And our History Minute, just in time for Star Wars Day, is about The Mandalorian and its ties to Salt Lake City. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 20th meeting, the City Council voted to make this year's municipal election chosen by ranked choice voting, reviewed a draft of the police budget audit, received informational updates on racial equity in policing, and were briefed on a number of budget issues. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Today we're celebrating the kickoff of 1,000 additional trees on our city's west side. We fulfilled that commitment last year. In addition to the 1,600 or so trees we plant throughout the city, today we're celebrating by the planting of a few trees, the 1,000 additional that we'll have here across the course of the coming months. Over the course of about the last 10 years, until I became the mayor, the city was just planting about as many trees as we lost each year. We lose 1,000 trees to disease, storms, snow, but it's important that we plant more than the amount of trees we lose, so we're actually growing our urban forest. Our hardest hit areas for air quality and air pollution are on our city's west side, and we know that trees help to not only beautify an area and increase property values and walkability, but they also help to clean our air, produce more oxygen. So there's a million reasons to plant a trees, and the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago, but the next best time is today.
And they're going to welcome with open arms the youth of Salt Lake City, youth from all over the state of Utah, who are going to find a way to express their hearts through the arts. And this is the place where they come to learn and be supported and become who they will as leaders of our community in the future, as teachers, as architects, as board members, to build the next Spy Hop somewhere else in this city.
The Salt Lake City Council needs a District 2 representative. Applications to fill the vacated position are now open until May 10th at noon. To learn more about the position, the process, and how to apply, visit slc.gov/council or call 801-535-7671. Celebrate this National River Cleanup Month by getting out and getting one-on-one with nature. Salt Lake City has plenty of volunteer opportunities, and Katie Reiser, Volunteer Outreach and Education Coordinator for the city's Division of Trails and Natural Lands, has details on how you can get involved and help with biodiversity within the community.
For weeks, we've been working to rally volunteers to take part in a new effort to beautify our city, really our city's public lands. From our mountainous ridgelines to our river, we've had organizations, teams, and individuals coming together to clean up our parks, our trails, our wetlands, and other open spaces.
Why is that a priority for the city? I mean, aside from the obvious.
Well, this work is not only creating a visual improvement to our natural areas, it's helping to restore and protect the habitat and the ecosystems around us, while also carrying and building up our world-class trail system here in Salt Lake City. Now we know that Salt Lake City's natural resources, our beautiful weather, our world-class recreation opportunities are one of many reasons why so many of us choose to live, work, and play here. And we expect more people to want to come live, work, and play here. But with more people means more visitors on our public lands, and without the hands-on maintenance, we're going to see more damage, erosion, and challenges happening in our public land system. And so really, we're trying to pull together a community to help keep our places healthy, beautiful, and accessible for everyone.
For anyone who wants to get involved, how do they do that? What's the process like to volunteer?
This March, we actually took an initiative to create and launch a new digital platform. You can find that at stewardship.slc.gov. And we resumed our in-person workdays. Many of those events have been on pause throughout 2020. We've seen, even in this short period, incredibly positive response from our community, with the nearly 400 volunteers already signing up since the launch to participate in upcoming projects.
What projects are sort of on the docket for coming up soon that people could get involved with?
We've got great events coming up in May, many of which are focused on National River Cleanup Month. The myriad of events that are occurring this spring across Salt Lake City is trail maintenance, trail work days, getting up into our foothill system and other natural areas across the city to have hands-on trail maintenance, habitat restoration work, providing information and direction and stewardship related information to users on the trail. We've got habitat restoration work across our open spaces that are removing invasive species and helping to replant native plants that can benefit the ecosystems there. And then coming back to River Cleanup Month, many of our projects that will be focusing on the Jordan River. We've already hosted several cleanup days along the river this year and have hauled hundreds of pounds of litter and debris out of the river and out of her banks. In May, we intend to host even more. National River Cleanup Month is something that's recognized across the country throughout the month of May, and we've got several events to participate in, including one on May 15th for National River Cleanup Day.
If I'm a volunteer, what do these days typically look like? Are there city folks there to tell me what to do? Like, what does that look like for me realistically?
Yeah, beginning with the sign-up process, that's easy to view. You can jump onto that website that I shared earlier, view the event, sign up with a one-click submit, complete your digital waiver all in one place, and then you'll automatically get confirmation from our team about where to meet, what to bring, and what to expect. We as an SLC staff and other volunteer leaders will meet you at the location, have a quick introduction, create some connections to the other neighbors and community members that are there, talk through our tools, our equipment, and what safety things to expect, and set out on our way to get dirty and get wet and get our hands into the land.
For anyone on the fence, where would you send them for more information, and what would you say to, maybe convince them to come on out and have a great time doing this?
Well, we know our Salt Lake City stewards are folks who appreciate our outdoor spaces. They're enthusiasts who are determined to see their spaces thrive. They're people who enjoy the camaraderie of working as a team to accomplish the goal of caring for our environment. If any of that sounds like you, then come join us. These are your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, your colleagues. Really, in light of the pandemic, many of us are thriving on having these social interactions again, to come together and to meet new faces and new individuals. You're welcome. Many of our events are open for accessibility and have other volunteers to help work with language or with accessible concerns along the trail. And the great part of working outdoors is sometimes that transcends barriers, where we're all contributing to the mission of caring for our public lands. Come join us, view our project calendar at stewardship.slc.gov, or check out the city's webpage to see highlights of the work that we've been done and get involved in an upcoming event.
And now it's time for our History Minute.
Filmmaker Jon Favreau set his sights on a Western set in the Star Wars universe and created The Mandalorian. Like any entry in the Star Wars universe, exotic locations were required to give an otherworldly look to the adventures of Din Djarin and his young charge Grogu. Utah has a long history with filmmaking, particularly westerns and desert landscapes, from the grandeur of John Ford in Monument Valley to the Martian landscapes of Goblin Valley for John Carter. The area surrounding Salt Lake City got its turn with The Mandalorian. In order to accomplish many of the locations in The Mandalorian, special effects wizards from Lucasfilm came to Salt Lake City to film backgrounds that would be used on the new Volume technology. These LED screens are powered by a game engine that allow backgrounds to be filmed live and then on a soundstage with actors, largely eliminating the need for costly green screen. These locations outside of Salt Lake City offered backgrounds for the iconic planet of Tatooine and a new planet named Arvala 7, securing Salt Lake City's place in Star Wars history.
Thank you for joining us for another episode. To learn more and stay connected with Salt Lake City's Parks and Public Lands Division, or to get out and find unique ways to volunteer, you can follow the Parks and Public Lands Division at SLCPPL on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's it for this week's episode. Thank you for joining us. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. It's National River Cleanup Month, and volunteers are working to clean up along the Jordan River. Residents are invited to join in on these fun and unique cleanup activities throughout the month. Katie Reiser with the city's Trails and Natural Lands Division has details on how you can get involved and sign up as a volunteer. And our History Minute, just in time for Star Wars Day, is about the Mandalorian and its ties to Salt Lake City. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its April 20th meeting, the City Council voted to make this year's municipal election chosen by ranked choice voting, reviewed a draft of the police budget audit, received informational updates on racial equity in policing, and were briefed on a number of budget issues. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
Today we're celebrating the kickoff of 1,000 additional trees on our city's west side. We fulfilled that commitment last year. In addition to the 1,600 or so trees we plant throughout the city, today we're celebrating by the planting of a few trees, the 1,000 additional that we'll have here across the course of the coming months. Over the course of about the last 10 years, until I became the mayor, the city was just planting about as many trees as we lost each year. We lose 1,000 trees to disease, storms, snow, but it's important that we plant more than the amount of trees we lose, so we're actually
We have a quorum, so we will go ahead and get started. And we are on agenda item number 13, the Justice Court Department budget. And we have Libby Stockstill from the council office, Judge Clem Landau, our presiding judge over at the Salt Lake City Justice Court, Curtis Priest, the city court's administrator, and Valletta Hitchcock, the financial analyst. So I will turn it over to Libby. Thanks, Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for our budget briefing today, we will be reviewing the proposed budget for the Salt Lake City Justice Court, which is the largest municipal court in the state of Utah, and they are underneath the Utah State Court System. The court handles Class B and C misdemeanors, infractions, and small claims cases, jury trials, appeals and expungements, video hearings, and much more. Today you'll be hearing from Judge Landau, Curtis Priest, the executive director, or the director of the Justice Courts, and Valletta Hitchcock, who is the financial analyst. This briefing, along with all the other budget briefings, will be posted on the City Council website, along with additional information about how to keep up to date with the City Justice Court, the proposed budget, the staff report, and other documentation at slccouncil.com. So with that, I will turn it over to our Justice Court representatives to talk about the proposed budget.
Thank you, Libby, and thank you, Madam Chair. We are very happy to be here. I'm Curtis Priest, and I'm joined with Judge Landau and Valletta Hitchcock, and we each are going to give you just a brief a bit of information, and then we'll open it up for questions or points of interest from the council. That was a great intro, Libby. Again, thank you. This last year has been a very interesting year for the Justice Court. At this time last year, our team, our colleagues, was in a pivot. We were in a very fast pivot, changing all of our in-person hearings to 100% virtual hearings. And our team did that with expertise and swiftness that is amazing to look back on. We've been doing it now for about a year. 100% of our hearings are virtual. We do have opportunities for public to come in and use our facility in person if that's a need. The Justice Court has stayed open. We've kept our doors open through the entire year of COVID. At one point last year, the first couple of months of COVID, we were actually out on the street. As many of you know, we had a van out in front of the court that we were using for hold in-person hearings. Our team has done an exceptional job, and we all want to thank the council and the administration for the support and the leadership throughout this last year. One of the biggest areas the Justice Court has seen affected over this last year has been with our traffic cases. We are at about 50% pre-COVID numbers for traffic. Our criminal cases and more serious criminal cases like DUIs and domestic violence have stayed almost exactly the same as they were pre-COVID. So there's been very little change in those serious cases, mostly just with traffic and with our small claims cases as well. Those have really dropped. We are slowly coming back up. We can see the rise in our caseload, and we are preparing for hybrid models with part virtual and part in-person hearings. We are doing about 35 calendars or 35 hearings a week. All of them are virtual. And so we're doing very well. We're steady and we're strong, and our staff are happy and doing an exceptional job. And I would like to turn some time over to Valita Hitchcock, our financial analyst, and then Judge Landau. So go ahead, Valita.
I'm Valita Hitchcock, the financial analyst at the court. Can you guys, I'm getting a lot of feedback. You guys hearing that? Okay, good. We have actually not had to request any budget proposals. It's really, I'm going to struggle with this a little bit, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm getting the really bad feedback, so it's hard for me. We haven't had to ask for any money in the fiscal year 22 budget proposals. We have had a pretty large surplus in our fiscal year 21 budget that we were able to use to fulfill our court needs. So we are not requesting any additional funds for fiscal year 22. Some of the areas that we have saved in during the fiscal year, largely due to COVID, are things directly related to hearings, such as witness and jury fees, interpreter fees, things like security and prisoner transport, even things like stationery. So we still have had those expenses, they've just been considerably less. We do see that those costs will rise again and already are a little bit. So we will be needing those funds for the upcoming year as we open more and more. We did have, as many departments, a pretty big loss in revenue directly related to the things that Curtis was speaking to, specifically traffic cases being down so low, not having in-person traffic school, the small claims decreases. So we are seeing now in the last couple of months pretty promising increases, especially in March. We've doubled in March, I believe, and it's gone down a little in April, but it's still up. So that's promising. We're seeing more people coming in and resolving their cases. Because we do have that excess, we are using some of that to fulfill some of the court needs that we have. The biggest one is our audio systems in the 5 courtrooms. They are very much outdated, have not been updated since the court opened, and we've needed to do a major overhaul on that. So we've fortunately had the funds to do that. And the other big expense is our homeless outreach kit. I think a lot of you are familiar with the homeless outreach programs that we do. And we were heavily reliant on other areas to provide things like the canopies and the chairs and computers and just all the different things that we need, even heaters. So we have invested some money to have a kit, our own kit, so that we're able to be self-sufficient in those projects that we're going out into the encampments and helping people and have the items that we need to do that efficiently. That's all I have. If anybody has any questions, or I can turn it over to Clem.
Thank you, Valletta. Judge Landau?
And I'm particularly grateful that we have that kit put together now, because it's no longer my heater and my battery and all the things that we've been using that is running around, and so we're just getting more organized, and it's so fabulous to have the support of each and every one of you as we go through and do these things with our court that I think are we've kind of become a national leader in doing some of this outreach. The folks that are involved in our program were just on the phone with some people from Cook County, Illinois, and they were just blown away by everything that we've accomplished. And that's not possible without our justice partners, LDA, and the city prosecutors and the DA's office and our bailiffs. Everyone just has linked up and made these programs possible. So other than to thank everyone, I'm just all ears for questions that anyone might have. I think we've been very vocal about our operations this year, so you can read up on them in the materials to this meeting, but you can also do things like follow us on Twitter. That's new because of COVID, and so you can always read up on what we're doing and get in touch, and I'm always available if anyone wants to contact me personally, but I'd mainly just be interested in your questions.
Thank you so much, Judge. Council members?
Madam Chair.
Anna?
Hi, so thank you all of you guys for the presentation and for the staff report. I think so that the public knows that they might not be aware, if you wanted to just give us just a few words about your work at the encampments with your kit. That's something that I would like to the public to know what your encounters are about, or how you guys go about doing that. And reaching out people and helping them with their cases. And also something that the judge has been working on since I think early 2020, maybe even before. We had a couple of meetings about the diversity in the jury, and to make sure that the jury is representative of the city's diversity. So that's something that the judge has been working on, and if you can get an update on that one as well.
I can do my best to get through all that quickly. So this all grew very organically. So as you know, what Curtis said is we had the outdoor court essentially at the beginning of the pandemic. And so we got better at knowing what we need to move court around the city. And then as we moved into the fall, and that's usually a season when we do Homeless Connect events, usually it's at the expo or at a bigger facility. That wasn't possible this year. So we ended up scheduling a series of visits to various encampments, and just gradually got better. Again, initially using all our own equipment and just scrambling to make it work. And we had the full support of the city team. And then with more committee meetings and more intense scheduling throughout the spring, we're able to kind of just follow the lead of the city and provide court services at those resource fairs. And by the way, the court services tent was always busy because often people have to resolve their court cases before they are eligible for certain benefits. So it was a key piece to getting everyone into better situations. And I think everyone, and I speak for our team members, everyone's worked really hard, but everyone's also really enjoyed morphing the court from just somewhere that is a physical location that people either have to come to that physical location or get a bench warrant, to something that's really more community minded. And I think all of us have that spirit within us. And so we really enjoy getting out there and trying to help people out. So that's the gradual uptick of the outreach efforts, kind of from the van out front during COVID all the way to what we're doing now. And I'm sure that Curtis has some numbers on that if you were interested in kind of just how it's grown. We have also been able to pull in a lot of other justice courts, West Valley City, South Salt Lake. We're still, oh no, Salt Lake County. We're still working on South Salt Lake to make it. And by the way, have district judges there so we can get bigger warrants recalled too for people that need to work on their district court cases. So I don't know, Curtis, do you have numbers or should we just circulate those? And it may be that we don't have that handy, just in the spirit of time. The other question was with respect to bias, and that's something we had a project lined up with Harvard with the help from the mayor's office with city funding, and that was we were supposed to hit play on that in March 2020. And so we all know what happened in March 2020. We haven't done a jury trial since, but we've been working hard with them, both tracking our old data, so trying to piece together what our jury pool looks like and whether it's representative of the community, and then also looking forward, tracking all this data. And during COVID, we've gotten better on that front too, with collecting that information no longer on a piece of paper, but working with a provider of these services called Juror Search that is helping us just electronically track everyone that responds to a jury summons, which is wildly important. Some states do this from a central office in the state, so they know statewide, look, this is what our population is, and this is what the demographics of our jury pool is. And if there's a discrepancy between the two, they can do some investigating and figuring out how to motivate certain communities, if there's a community that's not underrepresented in the pool, to get them to understand and appreciate the importance of jury duty. So we are working on that. And throughout we've been, you know, that our court was damaged a little bit during the protests following the killing of George Floyd, and so we've kind of entered into the fray, and much in the same way that the Utah judiciary has, saying this is something we're tracking, this is something we're aware of, and this is something that we will continue to work hard to eliminate from our justice system.
And I'm going to add that our court, court, or even Judge Landau made the New York Times because of this statement that he put together after the protest. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys do, you know, to help with the cause and the complaints that, you know, we know that exist and are real things for people, for all of us, the injustices and our system that might be racist in certain parts of it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
You know, and the important part of that work that all the other courts that have kind of signed on to that movement is just the recognition. Just step one is just recognize your history and what you've done in the past, and use that to help inform where you're going in the future. And so that was more than anything, the feedback that we got from that order was just, this is unbelievable that a court is just saying, we haven't always been perfect, because that's usually what you hear courts say. You hear a video and it just shows an unbroken line of justice from the founders of our country to the present day. And there's not a lot of realistic talk about the role we've played in various injustices over the decades. So I think that was an important moment for courts throughout the country to just say, let's take a deep breath and think about how we have participated in this system in the past and what we're doing to eliminate bias and racism from our operations.
Other council members? Yeah, I would just like to say, Clem and I had a lot of conversations early last year after the murder of George Floyd, and I want to say thank you for talking me off the ledge sometimes and being a sounding board as we were struggling with all of what was happening in the country, and for being willing to be vulnerable in your position as a judge. And I think that is admirable, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate what the court system is doing right now. And you and I have continued to have conversations. I look forward to us continuing those conversations. Judge Landau and I spoke today that, you know, we've talked a lot about police reform, but I think another cog in the wheel is criminal justice reform, and how our justice courts play a role and how they can continue. Maybe they've played a negative role at some point, but how they can continue to play a role, but a positive one at some point. And the outreach and the outdoor courts that are being done is an example of that. So I just kudos to you and your team. I look forward to kayak court on Thursday. It'll be my first time at kayak court. So this is a program expanding on the outdoor that we will be kayaking down the Jordan River to meet with people in different camps to talk with them about their legal situations and how we can help. So looking forward to that. And if there's no other questions, just want to say thanks for all your work. And I think that a lot of things have changed over the last year and will continue to change. But I think one of the silver linings is trying to find the inefficiencies and make them better, not just for the system, but for the people that are involved in the system. So thank you to you and your team for doing that.
And Madam Chairwoman, I would be out of place if I didn't say none of those orders, none of that work happens without the support of our city. So if I was, in a different department in the AOC and a different role, none of that's possible. So the fact that you guys are standing alongside of us and with the same vigor and creativity, taking a lot of your energy, and that's what we need. We have lots of, and I sent you one long article about municipal courts. And on the negative side, a lot of us, like Ferguson, a lot of us have been involved in some negative things over the decades. But the spirit I take away from those articles is that we're also the ones that are ideally positioned, especially ones that have, city partners like we do, to just knock the next decade out of the park when it comes to fairness and equity. So we couldn't do what we do without your personal support, but also the support of everyone at the city. So we wouldn't switch cities for any amount of money. We just love being in this city and the work that we're able to do because of the support that we have from you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Judge. That means a lot. And unless there's no other questions, I want to thank you all for being here, and council will move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are at our Metropolitan Water District budget, and we have Sam on from the council staff with us, Mike DeVries, the manager of information systems at Metro Water District, and members of the board of trustees. And I see Tom Godfrey here. It's always good to see Tom. Hi. So I will first turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. You must have had a typo there. Mike DeVries is the general manager and budget officer for the Metropolitan Water District. So that is our mistake. I'm sorry about that. So briefly, the Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy was created in 1935 by the voters of Salt Lake City in order to provide for additional water management and treatment options from sources within and beyond the Salt Lake Valley. So the district is basically a supply, treatment and conveyance network that is administered and funded by the municipalities of Salt Lake City and Sandy. The Salt Lake City Council reviews the district budget, but does not formally adopt it along with the other budgets the council adopts this time of year. Its board of trustees instead adopts that budget. So in the form it's being evaluated in during this briefing, it's a proposed budget, much in the same way the mayor's recommended budget is a proposed budget. The council appoints 5 of the district's 7-member board of trustees. So Salt Lake City appoints 5 of those 7 seats. The district is funded primarily through water sales to its member cities of Salt Lake and Sandy, as well as surplus water sales. Furthermore, it's funded by the collection of property taxes from Salt Lake City and Sandy residents, as well as an additional capital assessment that's paid by each member city toward costs related to master planned capital improvements. Salt Lake City's water purchases account for 72% of the district's water sales to its member cities. Those So those rates, in terms of the water rates, they're assessed outside of the property tax levy. Those rates are assessed through the water utility bill that city and county residents receive for water service from the Salt Lake City Public Utilities. So with that, Madam Chair, I would ask to turn it over to the district for more information.
Okie doke. Mike, I think that's your cue.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to figure out how to unmute. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate the introduction. And thank you, Madam Chair and council members, for this opportunity to visit with you this evening about our budget. I'd also like to, if I may, recognize Tom Godfrey, who is the chair of our board, also the president of the Provo River Water Users Association, who is an important association for the district. Laura Briefer, as well, as you all know, as the Director of Public Utilities, does an exceptional job as a leader in the water community. We really appreciate our relationship with her and her staff with the Public Utilities Department. They do an excellent job serving the public, and really appreciate working with them. Also, I'm not sure which of our board members are present, so appreciate their service as well. Won't try to go through and acknowledge who's here because I'm not sure who's here, but also just want to acknowledge Annalee Muncie and Wayne Windsor, Assistant General Managers for the district, who provide dedicated service on a daily basis to the public and do an excellent job for the district. With that, Madam Chair, we could go ahead and get into some background on the district. I think most of you probably are familiar with who we are, or I can just jump right in and talk about the budget. I don't know what your preference is.
Why don't we jump in and talk about the district, unless council members have any, or about the budget, unless council members want a little bit of the background. Okay, there you go. Nobody spoke up, Mike. So
all right, there we go. Fiscal year 22. So this slide here is very similar to what the information was we shared last year. Shows some of the key revenue sources for the district. As noted here, most of our water revenue source is through water sales, and Sam mentioned that in his introduction. So that's one of the key elements. We do rely on property taxes. Less than a quarter of our revenue is property taxes. And on that, maybe just a quick note relating to property taxes. Just a minute, let me, still trying to figure out how to use all these controls. Back in late 2015 and early 2016, the district completed an independent study relating to property tax revenue and the importance of that for the district, and basically issued a statement talking about why property tax is important to our district. First off, it's a stable, predictable source of revenue, provides a mechanism for revenue fairness, that second bullet item there, such as, for example, when properties are to be developed in the future, it allows for them to pay their fair share of those development costs, the infrastructure water costs. Additionally, it's a revenue source for necessary infrastructure when sales of revenue from those pieces of infrastructure are unavailable. As an example, a natural disaster or something of that nature, this is an additional revenue or a stable revenue that can continue to maintain our ability to operate and function as a district. And then lastly, on this page here, when below the certified rate, additional revenue can be generated for unanticipated emergencies. So that gives us some additional flexibility. It's almost a reserve of sorts. On the next page here, a couple of other points relating to why property taxes are important to us. The ability to levy a property tax bolsters good bond ratings. And this is in particular important because as we refund much of our debt, we have opportunities to get much lower interest rates with a better bond rating, which ultimately saves the city, both member cities, significant dollars in debt service over the course of the amortization of our debt. And I'll actually share a note with one of those refundings that took place last year here in a bit. And then additionally, it helps finance redevelopment agency community improvements. Some potential unintended consequences related to removal of property tax authority for us as a district. And there are others, but these are just some of the ones I listed. Increased rates for surface water will likely promote more groundwater use. One of the concerns with that is as we mine the aquifer, that becomes a bit of a risk for us as far as reliable supply, and this conjunctive management concept between groundwater and surface water is really important to be able to maintain the health of the aquifer, and meaning that when we have surface water available, it's really important that we take advantage of it and use it efficiently, but that we use that and protect the aquifer if we can. And so that's kind of the concept there. The second bullet item, tax exempt entities, as you can imagine, would be picking up a larger cost burden due to water rates having to be increased. And then residential users with lower valued properties would tend to see a relatively higher financial burden than those with higher valued properties. So just a few notes relating to property taxes and why they're important to Metro. By the way, as I go along, if there are any questions, if the council would like to interject, please feel free to do so. Rate history, and I've shared this before, so I'll be very brief on this, but probably just jumping down to the end of this slide, a fixed rate was established in fiscal year 2017, where basically we charged the member cities, and Sam touched on this briefly in his introduction as well. We charged the member cities a fixed amount, which basically encourages this conjunctive water use concept. So they pay a fixed amount, and they can use to a maximum amount. They can use as much as they need. And the hope is that when the surface water is available, that's what they're using first. And again, preserving the aquifer. And additionally, it provides predictability for the member cities and for Metro as far as budgeting. So we feel this has been a win-win since that's been implemented. Just a history of water deliveries to both Salt Lake City and Sandy City, specifically the last 5 years. You'll note some increases for both of the cities, especially the last 2 years. And again, this is a good thing for us as a wholesaler to make sure that surface water is available. Is a good thing for both of our member cities. What we are proposing right now in our fiscal year 22 budget is a 3% increase in water rates. Last year, you may recall that we decided to forego any sort of increase due to COVID. And so we're a little bit behind schedule, but we're doing okay. We're financially in a good spot still. So the plan is to go ahead and do a 3% increase for fiscal year 22, and looking out through the next 5 years, fiscal year 26, 3% as well for each of those years. And then additionally, we're looking at a 3% increase for the non-member entities for water sales. And the nice thing about this is anytime we do have surplus water that we can sell to some of the non-member entities, we can take that water and offset some costs for the member cities. So it's a benefit to the member cities. We are not proposing any changes to the certified rate. Currently, it's 000265 we're for Salt Lake City, and we're not proposing any changes to the capital assessments. So jumping into some specifics on the budget, we're looking at a 5% increase for the operations and maintenance budget. Most of that is driven by chemical cost increases, a big chunk of that, and a lot of that's due to projected demands, high demands for the current water year. And our hope is that conservation measures with the member cities will help a little bit with as far as cost savings potentially with those chemical costs, but more importantly, the conservation that is important to maintain the resource of the water that we have. So hopefully conservation measures are effective and the member cities are able to be able to see some benefit with some of the conservation efforts that both of them are pursuing. Increased costs associated with employees. We are proposing a 1-year increase of 2 full-time equivalents for succession planning needs. So after they basically are with us for a year, then through attrition, we would basically go back to where we currently are as far as the number of FTEs at the district. Additionally, O&M expenses are being driven in large part by Central Utah Water Conservancy District costs. These operation, maintenance, replacement, and reserve costs continue to go up pretty dramatically, have been over the last several years. You'll note with the bullet items that I have listed here, a 10% increase is what is projected for fiscal year 22. The annual assessment will have increased by $970,000, so just under $1 million in 5 years. So basically 324%. So very significant. Given the size of our budget, this is a large impact to us as a district. Total annual cost for Central Utah related cost is $5.1 million, and that's for 23,100 acre feet of water available. An additional note with Central Utah, for fiscal year 22, the amount or the percent of the water rate that we charge to Salt Lake City that is associated with Central Utah is 19%. That's a pretty big chunk of funding that goes directly to Central Utah. And that equates to $3.1 million for fiscal year 22. And by fiscal year 2040, that will escalate. It's projected to escalate to about $8 million, and that could happen even sooner than 2040. So the Provo River Association is a key entity for the Metropolitan Water District. We are the primary shareholder, as you may be aware and as you may recall. And it's very important to us what this association does as well, because they allow for us to not only receive a significant portion of our water supply, but part of the water supply we receive from them has a storage component. So it's really important to us. But one of the key things that's coming up with the Provo Association is we have this intake project that is proposed for the dam. The original equipment dates back to the early 1900s and is way beyond its life expectancy and needs attention. And so the intake structure, as well as some guard gates that allow for delivery of water from Deer Creek Reservoir to us, and also for Central Utah project deliveries, and as well as as well as many other water delivery direct flow rights. There are many supply elements that are tied to this. Very important to really half of the population of the state, if you think about it. Many needs that are tied to the supplies to the Deer Creek Dam. So anyway, this is a very important project. We are assuming it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $60 million. And based on calculations, and hopefully we can get some WIFIA funding through the EPA and perhaps some state funding that is favorable as well. But the hope would be that if we can get some favorable funding, that we'd be looking at about an estimated annual cost to our district of about $1.6 million to help pay that project back. And we've already programmed that into our cash flows, and it's part of our budget plan. The last thing to note there is that the Provo Association cost is approximately $4 million for our budget for fiscal year 22 for 61,900 acre feet for a 100% allotment. And additionally, holdover on top of that, because it's storage. So from 1 year to the next, holdover is an option as well. So it can be anywhere from 61,000 to close to 100,000 acre feet potentially. Excuse me. And maybe one other note, currently we are projecting about a 90% allotment based on current water supplies and runoff yield projections for the different rivers that contribute to the Provo River project. As far as capital expenses, we're looking at an 8% increase in capital expenses. Total capital budget, $8.7 million. $172,000 of that is tied to a non-capacity project, excuse me, related to our Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. We have a fairly dated backup generator system for power that needs some attention. So we're looking to replace that with a redundant set of generators that can provide not only better capacity, but also more redundancy. And so that's part of what those costs are going toward. Additionally, the $487,000 that's noted there for the Jordan Aqueduct system is tied to sedimentation basin upgrades at the Jordan Valley Water Treatment Plant, which again, we have a 2/7 ownership interest in and is a key water supply source for Salt Lake City through the Jordan Aqueduct. And then that middle bullet point there, we've initiated or are planning to initiate a comprehensive hazard analysis and mitigation plan for all of our assets as a district. One of the things that we've already completed recently is a hazards assessment for our Salt Lake Aqueduct and Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. And that includes hazards such as seismic concerns and any other types of threats that would be potential hazards and risks. And so this comprehensive hazard analysis will take into consideration those plans that we've already completed and also consider all the other assets the district owns and then prioritize based on our updated master plan which projects are most important to pursue first. Lastly, we have a comprehensive asset management program and capital improvement plan, which includes quarterly reviews by district staff, and that often is a very detailed review. It includes conditional assessment information related to our facilities and equipment, and also includes a cross-section of various departments so that we're making sure that we're addressing all the different needs that may be out there as far as our assets. Debt service. So this, I kind of alluded to this earlier. In 2020, the district refunded a portion of its 2012 A bonds and all of its 2019 A bonds. We were able to achieve a AA plus rating with S&P, and with that high rating, we're able to accomplish a net present value savings of $9.4 million with this refunding, which is a big accomplishment. I think this is the largest refunding savings that I've seen since I've been at the district in the 23 years I've been here. Average annual cash flow savings of $636,000. So a very, very healthy refunding that we're able to accomplish. Additionally, we're looking at refunding opportunities and exploring other needs relating to managing our debt. We're not anticipating pursuing any additional debt for fiscal year 22 though. And then just a highlight of the budget schedule. Tentative budget was adopted on April 19th by the district trustees. We have our public hearing, of course, coming up here on May 24th. You may have seen that in the background information that Sam put together. And that will be basically concerning rates that we've proposed, the increased rates. Then our final budget is anticipated to be adopted on June 21st. So maybe some key takeaways. And this is a question I'm sure that's on everyone's mind, and it is something we're watching very carefully and closely, but what is the water supply outlook for our district? And the answer is because of our Provo River project supplies and our storage and holdover capabilities we have in Deer Creek, it's actually fairly healthy. And I would add that we also, and this is one of the benefits of the Central Utah project as well, is we'll have full availability of both of those supplies, both the Utah Lake system as well as the M&I or municipal and industrial supplies relating to that. But because of the storage in particular that we have with the Provo River project, we're looking at a healthy supply and healthy outlook. Now, when we look specifically at some of the direct flow from the Wasatch Front here, from the mountains here next to the valley, one of the concerns we have is the yields that are projected, especially for Little Cottonwood Canyon, and that's one of our supplies as well for direct flows, are very, very low. In fact, what we're seeing right now is, I think, near record lows. And so we're doing our best to fully utilize that water as efficiently as we can, but again, we have a healthy storage component which will help us through. And then the 3% rate increase, we already talked about that. And then MWD, so the district is currently continuing to work to manage our costs, both O&M and capital. One of the challenges we have is escalating costs from outside agencies that we have little or no say And Central Utah is one of those. We do not have any voice on that board, and we do not have any ability to help in any of those governance decisions and budgetary decisions. So that is a little bit of a challenge for us. So investigating additional bond refunding opportunities, as I mentioned a minute ago. And then lastly, I wanted to, in light of the pandemic, I'm sure everybody's wondering how is everyone faring, especially in the water side of the world. And our district has done very well. To the credit of our staff and our trustees, we've done a very good job working through some difficult times. And we have not been adversely impacted either operationally or financially. And with that, are there any questions? One of my favorite slides. I'm sure you've seen it before, but.
It's one of my favorite slides as well. Council members, do you have any questions? I don't hear anyone, and I don't see any hands up because I can't see everybody. Well, hi there, Laura. If there are no questions, then I will thank everyone for being here. I don't know if Laura, you wanted to say anything, or if Tom or Jesse wanted to say anything.
I'm fine. We're just happy to be here with you.
Well, thanks, Tom. We're happy that you're here with us. All right. Well, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. And we will hopefully see you soon.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. Okay, council members, we are on agenda item number 15, our ordinance regarding electronic meetings, not minutes, meetings. And I think that Katie Lewis is here just to give a brief breakdown on this.
Hi, council members. Nice to see you this evening. The proposed ordinance before you today is in response to the COVID-19 local emergency, both the state and the Salt Lake City local emergency terminating with the thresholds being met under HB 294. That occurred, gosh, all the days are blending together, I guess, last week. And with those thresholds being met, we want to ensure that our boards and commissions and the city council can continue to have flexibility on how they meet virtually. So there were two provisions of city code that needed to be amended. One for boards and commissions will be repealed entirely if the council takes action tonight. That provision required that all boards and commissions to have a majority of a quorum of members physically present at the anchor location in order for the rest of the members to meet virtually. We want to make sure that our boards and commissions in the coming months can continue to meet virtually as we're working on physical space and also technology. And then for the city council, there was a city code provision that required the city council to meet in the anchor location unless there was an emergency proclamation allowing the anchor location to be closed. You currently are just fine under that provision, and you can continue to meet virtually tonight. But going forward, we want as belt and suspenders to ensure that that ordinance provision is revised to say that you're meeting in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So you have flexibility to meet 100% virtually or hybrid without a local emergency proclamation in effect.
Wonderful. Thank you, Katie. Council members, do you have questions on this item? We are set to have a limited special formal session to take action on this ordinance as soon as we are done here with this work session. So if you have a question, ask Katie now. Okay. Yeah, Dan?
No time limit. There's not a time limit on any of this. None.
No, council member, these would be city code revisions. So going forward, the boards and commissions and the council would have flexibility to meet virtually or hybrid with some physical presence in the anchor location.
Thank you.
Chris?
Does it like set forth criteria for when this is appropriate, or can we determine when it's appropriate as
You can
council?
Yes, yes, and
Okay.
each of the boards and commissions will have to make a decision on how their virtual meetings work. So we would recommend that the administration work with the staff members for the various boards and commissions, so there's consistency there too.
Excellent. Thank you, Katie. I
Chair.
muted myself. Yeah. Silly. Put $1 in the jar. We are at agenda item number 16, report of the chair and vice chair. I don't have anything to report, and James is not here with us today. So 17 is report and announcements from the executive director. Miss Cindy Gus Jansen, do you have anything?
I don't believe we have anything today.
Excellent. Number 18, closed session. We already handled the closed session at the beginning of our work session today. So that leaves us adjourned with work session. I would invite council members and the public who wants to view our special limited formal session to log in now. Thanks, everyone. Declarations of emergency. We first met earlier at 2 p.m. as the City Council for a work session to discuss some briefing items. Now we are convening for a limited formal meeting, which means this is not a standard formal meeting agenda. Tonight, the Council needs to consider action on one new business agenda item, an ordinance relating to electronic meetings of the city's public bodies. Therefore, since this is the only item scheduled for council action tonight, there is no other council business, including no public comment opportunity this evening. The next opportunity for public comment will be at the council's Tuesday, May 18th formal meeting at 7 p.m. As always, the council welcomes your comments, and you can give us those comments by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour comment line 801-535-7654. All agenda-related comments received through any source are shared with the council and added to the council public meeting record within 24 to 48 hours following the council meeting. For instructions to guide you on how to participate electronically to any of our WebEx meetings, please visit slccouncil.com or call 801-535-7600. With that, we are moving to section E of our agenda. It's our only scheduled item under new business regarding an ordinance that would repeal chapter 2.86 and amend section 2.06.030.E of the Salt Lake City Code relating to electronic meetings of the city's public bodies. I will look for a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that the council adopt an ordinance repealing chapter 2.86 and amending section 2.06.030.E of the Salt Lake City Code relating to electronic meetings of the city's public bodies.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mano and a second by Councilmember Dugan. I will go ahead and roll call this. Councilmember Mano.
Yes.
Councilmember Warden.
Yes, but Madam Chair, I'd like a moment of personal privilege at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
And I am a yes, and we have one vacant seat and 2 council members meeting, so that passes by a quorum. Councilmember Warden.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just, even though I'm supporting this, I really hope that we can get back to in-person meetings soon. And I hope that after we do, that this is one of those ordinances that we'll never really even have to look at again. Because I think there's so much value into meeting in person and having the public, being able to meet with the public in person. So I'm voting for this, but I really hope that it's something that we only need for a short amount of time and then we won't need again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Warden. And for my own moment of personal privilege, I wholeheartedly agree. And I hope to see you all in person again so that I can just give you lots of hugs. Okay. With that, everybody, this concludes our limited formal city council meeting, and our meeting stands adjourned. Thank you all for being here tonight.